Oh, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode 782 of FloWrestling Radio Live. I'm your host, Christian Piles, joined today by the boys in blue, Ben Funky Askren and James Dean Rader, both wearing blue t-shirts today. And we're ready. It is Thursday. Plenty to get to. Gable Dan Steveson news. He's been kind of, he comes up on most shows. He came up Tuesday. He came up Wednesday. And, yeah, I put out a tweet from when Gable had DM'd me asking about the Final X dates. He wanted it out there that he was considering it, and there it is. I don't know if he's going to accept. I don't have much information beyond this. We chatted a little bit back and forth after this, but he gave no indication of a final decision either way. Obviously, huge news if he does come back, and I don't know. I don't know. So as I thought about this, like, why would he want it discussed if it wasn't something he was strongly considering? So I have to assume it's
because he loves the attention.
Yeah, maybe so, but it's not like. Yeah, I don't know. And it's a tweet I sent. It's not that much attention. He was literally on WrestleMania. It's not that much.
WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're kind of right. Like now, I'm like maybe he is gonna wrestle, but why?
Why not?
I might heard some rumors, and I'm not at liberty to discuss. But I thought you guys are all full of crap, and now I don't think you're full of crap.
Dang.
Well, the only reason he would is the Living the Dream Fund and that he just loves it.
Okay, well, I think both those things map. He definitely loves wrestling.
Clearly.
He definitely loves wrestling.
And
also, like, all right, well, you kind of know you're going to make the team, right?
Yeah, you're probably going to make team, but Zare looms large.
I think that may be a driving factor for him.
But he probably already has he probably already got his contract done with with the WWE. So, we talk about, like, if he were to lose at Worlds, would that hurt his marketability? And I don't really think it would at this point. So
yeah, because most casual WWE fans have never heard the name Zare, will not tune in. They just know he's an Olympic champion.
Yes.
NCAA champion.
Yep. Yeah.
But if he beats Zare, he's like legend status for us wrestling fans.
Yes.
Not that he's not already legend status, but
he's already a legend.
It's another run.
Christian, not to go off Gable, but maybe I'm trying to because I'm just not at liberty to say anymore. These statistics that Joe Caprino sent us. Number one, holy crap, they had to take a lot of time to put together.
Yeah.
Joe Caprino, you're a freaking legend. You need to be hired by the Flow Quant division. Maybe you might be the manager of the Flow Quant division.
I might be able to afford him. He's a big time techie guy.
But holy moly, these are comprehensive. So unfortunately, you guys can't all look at these, but he has semifinal wins by team, by coach and year, the finals by team, by coach, by finals and year, the seed performance. So I was just looking at the seed performance, and which one is like really bizarre. So this would be the semis only. The 8th seed is 56%, which is a higher number than the 4, the 5, the 3, the 6, 7, which I kind of get it because if they're in the semis, that means they've already beaten the 1 seed.
Right.
But nevertheless, they're more likely wrestling the 4 or the 5. So is there something about that momentum, right? Because they got the 8th seed, which means they're worse than the 4 or 5. So is there something about that momentum that gets them juiced up after beating the 1 that gives them the confidence to beat the 4 or the 5?
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so the way I would take it is if the 8 can beat the 1, does that speak to largely that a weight is just very combustible in general, that a 1 could lose? And it was very for some seeds they're like pretty locked in, like based on like how they perform for the year. And some of the years it's like a little bit more, the weight's more wide open, or the seeds were bad, but I think it maybe would indicate that. Where do you We actually can pull this in if we wanted, but
Yeah, I mean, it's the other one that's fascinating, which I mean, this should be pretty obvious, I feel like. But say the 2 and the 3, which are on the bottom side, when they make the finals versus a higher seed, which would obviously have to be 1, they average about 28% winning. But when they make the finals versus a lower, so if the 1 gets upset, they're like 65%, right? So the 1 is obviously, and the 1's winning percentage would be 75% in the finals and 81% in the semis. So the 1 is, they do a pretty good job at picking number 1s.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are we done talking about Gable Dan?
I think we should be.
There's a question.
Why are you
we can
scared?
talk about.
I just don't want to say some stuff I heard. I don't know that I'm at liberty
What
to
did
say
you hear?
it.
You don't have to say who
I got a
said
big
it.
mouth sometimes.
Yeah, you do. So do I.
So
But-
I'm trying to prevent myself.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Let's just do this. If Gable wins a world title this summer and comes back to NCAAs and wins, where does he rank among America's all-time wrestlers? This is from Jim.
I mean, he's already so high. He's what? I mean, did you guys? You made that list after the Olympics. Where did you guys put him? I don't recall right now.
I don't remember. He was top 20, wasn't he?
No way.
Really?
We didn't have him that high.
Where's the list? I wish we could just see the list, but I don't believe I've tried to search it before and I couldn't find just
I think
the
it
list.
exists.
It does exist. Kyle Klingman.
He's
I know,
37.
37.
That low? You guys are bums.
Credentials, because he only has the one
got you.
Olympic
Got you.
and
And at that time, 1 NCAA.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gabe,
which a lot of people have.
So it would be 3 NCAAs in a World and Olympic.
37. I mean, he's one behind
Yeah.
Kendall Cross.
You probably go to the top 15. You better not have any Greco guys above him, though. That would annoy me.
I'm sure we do.
Better not.
I bet Rulon's ahead of him.
You know, we have, you know who's number 42?
I don't know.
Logan Stieber.
What numbers RBY?
Did not make the list yet.
But what would Logan Stieber have been as a sophomore in college? He wouldn't have been on the
Probably
list.
50th.
He would have been, get out of here. He would have been on the list.
52. No, yeah. No, the thing happened that made Ben. Remember how Ben was like, I don't want to do this because people just get mad at me. And then freaking.
Then what's is Stieber mad at me now?
No.
Are you mad at me?
No.
Are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you. All right, he was great. But Roman wasn't happy with me. I think he was mostly
yeah,
pretty cool
take
about
that.
it. But he texted me. It's like, oh
You
my
were
God.
so aggressive about it, Christian. You were like,
I was.
you guys are idiots.
You know
so
what? I don't.
dumb.
I don't think I said. I sure hope I didn't say that. I don't think I said those words. And you often try to put words in my mouth. Maybe that was the sentiment. I was totally nonplussed by the entire situation. I just had no expectation that would have been y'all's conclusion. That's all I'll say about it.
Fair enough.
Okay. So Gable, if he does that, if he wins Worlds and he beats Zari and he adds another, he's beaten an Olympic champ Akul. He had won the Olympics. He beat Petrishvili, a multiple world champ. And then if he can beat the reigning world champion, it is kind of like, man, he really cements himself. You can maybe disagree with this, but maybe does he cement himself as like the best heavy of the last?
How do you weigh
I
longevity?
mean, we already say. I think we all already say. Gable that I saw last month. If we have him and any other American heavyweight in their prime wrestling each other, we have a time machine. I'm likely betting on Gable.
That's a
I
fact.
say that about almost any current like world team member.
Oh,
though.
I don't say it. I mean,
I said
not me.
almost. This team against like any other 74.
Yeah, I mean, they probably beat him in dual
whatever.
meet. But okay, anyway, let's just say, just talk about Gable. Gable versus anyone else, I'm betting on Gable. As far as longevity, I mean, Bruce, if you're gonna say, Bruce is what, 13 world medals and 4 world championships, like that's a boatload. It's really hard to catch up with that unless you're just gonna say, because Gable did it so soon and so impressively and looks so much different than anyone else that we're just bumping him up. despite not having more credentials. I'm kind of good with that. I'm okay with it if you guys want to do that, but if not, I understand.
There's also something to be said for running it for several years.
15
when
years.
You do it versus
like Bruce did.
But Bruce didn't win like consecutively. Like there's something
Did
to
he?
be said.
I don't know. Did he ever win consecutive world titles? He won 4.
I don't know. I'll look it up.
I don't know either, actually, off the top of my head. But the fact that Gable did it with so few losses, and obviously Bruce took
Did Bruce
quite a
take
few
losses? I mean,
losses.
at Worlds, but I don't.
He won 92 and 93. And he won 84, of course. 84.
Yeah.
Did he win 85? Doesn't look like it.
So he won
Bronze in
86
85.
though. So he took bronze in 85, won in 86. So I mean, he was right there to win essentially. So let's see, his first world medal was 83 in Kiev, and so 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91. It looks like he did not medal, but then 92, 93, 94, 95, 96. So from 83 to 96, he medaled every year except 91.
That's really insane.
That's insane. When you think about the longevity of that, I mean, even yesterday we were talking about like how we have all these guys right now that are having longevity like almost no one in history. They ain't close to Bruce yet.
I know. It's crazy.
They're not close. I mean, freaking Jordan would have to go with 7 more world championships
Oh, my word.
to beat him. Can you believe that?
That's insane. So, yeah,
Seriously.
You think about it is so hard to when you're the guy that the world is trying to beat for so many years. It has to get harder and harder and harder, which puts Bruce's the time between his titles. He won in 84 and he won in 95. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Jordan won in 2011. He won in 2021. That's really, really freaking insane.
Yeah.
But so for Gable's argument, I think that can really kick him up is like where he fits internationally as well as is he the best heavyweight of the last 20, 30 years? It's possible. He's certainly going to, if he were to win Worlds and beat Zare, then he will have gone through Akul and Petriashvili and Zare.
Oh, you're talking about anyone in the world?
Yeah,
Not just Americans right now.
For heavyweight, yeah. Which I think is a that's a feather in your cap. That's something that can notch you. How you compare domestically is one thing, and how you compare to the world over an era, I think, should matter a lot as well.
Okay, so if you put that in the last 20 years, let's just say from the year 2000, you put the best heavyweights from the world in a bracket, who'd you put? Probably Akul and Petriashvili would probably both make that, and then who else?
I mean, Makov maybe is in there. Taimazov is really
hell no. Just stop. Taimazov got busted twice. He ain't getting no medals. He's out. You're out. He cheated twice. You're out of the damn bracket.
It's untrue that he doesn't have medals. He has medals.
No, I'm taking them all on this show. This man got busted twice, and we're going to act like he wasn't doing it the rest of the time. He's out of the damn bracket.
Anecdotal.
Listen, I am not
best.
a weak, spineless creature like the International Olympic Committee who can't ban guys who cheat multiple times. Taimazov is not in our bracket. Take that
Put
word
him
out
in
of
the
your
bracket,
mouth.
though. I mean, just for
No, Christian. Don't be weak and spineless like the IOC.
I'm not weak and spineless. I'm saying.
Well,
listen,
you're acting weak and spineless. We're not putting Taimazov in the bracket. He got busted multiple times.
Don't you think Gable would beat him?
I ain't even talking about it because he's a cheater. And listen to this. Not only did he get busted twice, Christian, the only 2 times where they actually saved his sample and then had good testing on it,
Yeah.
he got busted. He was cheating the whole time. There is zero doubt about it.
There's no doubt about it.
There's zero. He doesn't get to be in the bracket.
No,
This is an all-natural competition.
All natural. So I would say, even still, I will put him in the bracket.
No,
he's in my bracket. It's my bracket.
He's not in our bracket.
Gable beat him.
He's a cheater.
Gable beats him. Tervel beat him. People forget. Tervel beat Taimazov.
That's right, he did.
God.
Go Lopers.
He's not in our bracket. He's a cheater.
Okay. Not in the bracket, but he snuck in. He weighed in
Makov's not very good. Gable kills him.
No, Gable would absolutely destroy Bilal Makov. So then who else is even – I mean, Taimazov really did span a couple generations.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're using all kinds of PEDs. Gives you great longevity. Great longevity.
Who won the 2004? Do you know who won
2004 would have been the Athens Olympics. I don't know who won 2000. I can look it up.
Tamazov.
He's out. Don't even bring his name up. He's gone.
I didn't mean to. The guy's ageless.
Because he's on all of the things.
Who won in 2000? All right, I'm looking at that then.
2000.
Probably
Kerry McCoy
again.
lost to. Was it
Greco
Alexis Rodriguez?
where's
Alexis Rodriguez?
Guess who won? Tamazov.
You lie.
I swear.
You are lying.
This Wikipedia page.
He went back that Tamazov. Okay, I'm gonna look up his wiki.
Wow, this guy's a true legend.
He won. I mean, he won a lot. He won forever. Oh yeah, he was in the Olympic finals 4 times.
What a beast.
He's been disqualified He's disqualified from 8 and 12. He does not get to keep any of his medals. He's out.
2000. It says he was silver, but
yes.
2004 he won.
Yeah. He lost to Musubles,
the Russian
guy. Mm-hmm.
I don't know about him. Musubles.
I remember because I was a big Stephen Neal fan, so I remember I was really depressed when Kerry McCoy beat him to make the Olympic team in 2000.
Yeah. Okay, he's only 42 now. Could see a comeback.
No, I think he's banned for his life for different.
That would be appropriate.
It's a minimum of a 4-year ban, if not all of the bans.
Well, I was kidding about him coming back, but yeah, what a career. He was.
Wow, hey,
he
how
was
about
also
this?
pretty good.
His mom was probably on the stuff while they were in the womb, because in childhood he was doing weightlifting, but when he turned 11, a freestyle wrestling club opened in his village and he decided to wrestle. His older brother, Tamazov, was a 1996 Olympic champion in weightlifting,
Competing for Ukraine.
Yeah.
Listen, I think you have something against the Tamazov genetics. They're just #built different.
No. He actually literally got disqualified multiple Olympics.
Built different,
And
that manifests itself in different ways.
That's the only time that they actually save sample, right? So if our listeners don't know, in the Olympics, they save your sample for up to a decade. So when the testing becomes better, that you get caught like this man did.
Yes. I'd love to see the videos of Arthur in 2000. You'd think that's available somewhere.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. I don't know.
It's Gable. Gable wins.
Yeah, Gable. Gable wins.
You could argue Taha and Geno are past their prime. And that
you could argue that
3 years ago, does Geno give up however many points in the last couple seconds?
Yeah.
Or does he finish a leg lace?
A leg lace.
Yeah.
Or a gut?
The guts.
Gut wrench.
He finished several gut wrenches.
I know. I'm saying, does he get on top again, possibly, and finish things?
I think the questions I asked, did the refs call 4-4 in the Gable Geno match? If they do that, then that would change things too.
Akgul's got 8 world medals. So he's got 3 world and Olympic golds, 2 silver, 3 bronzes. Pretty damn good.
His results are not really dropping off that significantly that you can't say Gable wouldn't have beaten the best version of Akgul. And he beat him so soundly too.
Yeah.
I also wonder how Gable, another crack at Geno, what that would look like. Would he be more confident? I mean, yeah, it's tough to come back from that if you're Geno.
Geno has 3.
It's like he got smashed.
The way he lost, that's got to be so devastating.
That's got to be motivating, though.
I don't know.
That's got to give you hope
Geno's
other than just getting 10-0'd.
Geno's not very old, guys. He was 27 at the time of the Olympic finals.
I'm not sure if that's true.
He looks 40.
Well, we don't know. I'll give you that. What is reported was that he turned 28 on April 1st.
Yes, which is a literal April Fool's joke.
It's not as bad as the Russian Independence Day birthday.
Oh yeah, great propaganda. Okay, so good question about Gable. I think he's up there. I think his argument, if his career is shortened like we think it's going to be at some point, it's like You have to look at just the height of his
peak.
powers, how he compares.
Well, then you could make the same argument for Stephen Neal.
Could you?
Yeah, didn't he go to the NFL after like 2 years, 3 years?
He lost it. No, he won his first world title. Sorry, I got a sneeze coming. He won his first world title after his NCAA. So he won the NCAAs in '99, won the Worlds that year, but then lost to McCoy to make the 2000 team, and then decided to go.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he's like, I guess I'll just play in the NFL now.
Win some Super Bowls.
I guess I'll just be on the Patriots now. Little transfer news. Big transfer news for our boy Stephen Kyle Brackey, hauling in Sam Hilligus from the transfer portal. Hilligus transferring from Virginia Tech to West Virginia. So, good job, West Virginia. Best of luck to Sam Hilligus.
I don't know why, but we've been stuck on episode 780 on all of our social medias for a while now. Just FYI.
Oh, really? Is that what it says?
Yeah, all week. All week, yeah, it's been 780.
It's just our longest episode yet, spanning the course of 3 days. I'm not sure why that would be.
Don't know either.
Something to look into after the show. Okay, enough about Sammy Hilligus, says Ben.
Yeah, I mean, let me look at his wrestle stat and see if we should be excited that much. No, I'm gonna look at it.
He's had two very average years, like 5-2 and 5-5 or something like that.
He's got any good wins. I don't know if we should be that excited for Mr. Brackey. Let's see.
Listen, get excited.
He beat Luke Kemmer. Luke Kemmer is all right. He beat the West Virginia guy. He beat 2 West Virginia guys.
Dang.
Yeah, I'm not so sure we should be that excited. He'll be all right. Mm-hmm.
He's still got a lot of eligibility left too. You never know with these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Apparently, JD, did some phenomenon happen to your phone? What's going on?
It's blowing up. We got voicemails.
Oh yeah, voicemails, baby.
Describe it, JD. Say what happened.
Well, normally we only get like a handful of voicemails per week, or sometimes even less, And then I go to check the phone this morning, and there's like 20, 30.
Was it the same person, and he got hammered?
No. Actually, it was a bunch of different people.
So did it not?
Was it a bunch of 420 people calling in, just prank calling us?
I don't think so.
420 pranksters?
Did they like wait for a while to come through the system or something? Like, were they actually?
No, they were all recent. Some of them reference stuff from shows.
That's weird.
Listen,
I love the voicemails. Let's play them.
I know. I didn't even get to check all of them. There were still a couple that I didn't get to listen to because I ran out of time this morning. But
dang.
Okay, let's do Parks from Fort Hood. I like that one. I haven't heard it, but I like the description of it.
Hey, my name's Ezel Parks. I'm calling from Fort Hood, Texas, actually right down the road from Austin, Texas, where you guys record FloWrestling. I have a question on your thoughts on Carter Starachi versus Aaron Brooks in the room, and do y'all think Carter gives Jordan a run for his money in the next couple of weeks for World Team Trials? Thank you.
So if I had to guess how it goes in the room, I think they're both amazing. Brooks is bigger, so that alone makes me think Aaron probably wins.
Aaron probably
wins. And then Starachi versus Burroughs, I think it is definitely gonna be competitive. I don't think it's gonna be. Yeah, I don't think it's a bloodbath. I really don't.
Okay, so let's define those things. So I want to say it's like a 3 to 5 point, pretty controlled win.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think it's one that's like a 5-5 Jordan wins on criteria type thing.
No, and I'm not sure
we're there
either.
yet.
I could see a scenario where Carter's within 2 late in the match.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I said 3 to 5, so 2's close.
Yeah. I think look at his Burroughs.
I'm trying to look back from I'm going to look at the trials from last year in September.
He had some close-ish matches. He had like a closer one with Chance, which that's definitely notable.
Yeah. Well, he lost to Chance?
No. I'm saying Jordan had a close-ish match with Chance,
okay.
as I recall, and I think Carter's probably higher level than him.
Dang it! Flory is pissing me off. I clicked on that. I'm gonna get there eventually. I promise.
But I think Burrow's first match, I think it'll be tough for Carter to deal with. If it gets to the 2 out of 3, which will be a big challenge.
So Burroughs is going right to Final X, though, correct?
Correct.
So this would have to be at Final X.
Yes, it would.
So Starocki would get at least 2 shots at him. Oh, I'll say one is a lot closer then, though. So I'll say one Jordan wins handily, and the other one's a real like 1 point or a close one. I feel like with 2 shots, I feel like Jordan with the 2 matches. I don't know why, but I feel like there's always been like one where it's a lot closer, and then one where it's a little more of a gap.
Yeah.
I don't really know why that is.
I kind of am with you though. I also can't
Feels
find
like
the brackets either, Ben.
Let's see. All right, I got him. Let's see. Where's Starocki? Who did he lose to? We lost to Lujan first round.
Yeah,
Totally forgot
that was a crazy match.
And then Lujan lost to Martinez. Okay.
So 7-3
then
Burroughs over Hidley, then 4-1 Chance. He beat Chance, and then 5-3 over Nolf, and then Daringer.
Yeah. And he would beat Wick 8-4. Remember that match? Yeah. I think Burroughs wins fairly. I think this is something that obviously I don't know that it'll be. I wish we had 79 kilograms in 2024 also, because I think like by that time it would be a lot closer.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not going to have it. So 2023 it'll probably be closer. Carter's going to continue to get better. 2024 I would guess they diverge in weights, because I would be very surprised if Carter goes down to 70. Can he make 74
No
kg?
way.
I don't think so. I would say no way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of note, Starocci beat Marsteller 7-0 at that tournament.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean a lot.
He also kind of had a 7-3 over Ashworth, which you would have thought that maybe he beat him by more.
No question. Okay. Next question. Do you want to do Adam from Council Bluffs?
Sure.
Hit him up.
Hi, this is Adam M. from Council Bluffs, Iowa. Calling for the first time here, long-time listener. Just wondering if with the rise of NIL, if there's going to be any setbacks possibly with the progression of women's wrestling, or will they see NIL deals as well? And be able to progress them, or is it going to be a hindrance on everybody, or is it just going to be a straight?
So
I don't know why it would be a hindrance at all.
I agree.
In fact,
That's what I thought.
some of the like women's softball and gymnasts do very well with NILs because they have large social media followings.
yes.
Instagram.
Well, one thing, like Kennedy Blades already has, she's sponsored by Rudis. I think there's obviously senior level women that already have sponsorships. I think the biggest concern, I think, for NIL, there's like the real NIL, which is like companies signing people, and then there's like the fake NIL, which is like just paying people to wrestle for their team. And so the fake NIL, which is real and happening, there's a very finite amount of resources going to wrestling and wrestling programs. And if it all gets diverted to the program so you can get the best wrestlers, I do think in that funding that would be going to help support starting a women's wrestling program is now going to making sure a D1 wrestler on the men's team can compete. I think that could be actually potentially problematic depending how these teams are coming to be, right? And how reliant they are on fundraising. So I hope it has no negative impact. I do think that women can absolutely be the beneficiaries of NIL,
Yes.
and we're seeing it currently. And I hope it's not an impact. Okay.
Agreed.
Next question. Jesse from Wyoming thinks he knows the greatest NIL deal in college sports. All right, I want to hear that.
Hey guys, Jesse from Wyoming here. I have a quick NIL question for JD. So, should Runza set up in perpetuity for whoever the acting Nebraska heavyweight may be an NIL deal? And would it be the greatest deal in college sports?
Are y'all familiar with Runza?
I don't know what he's even talking about.
It is a fast
JD.
food chain located just in Nebraska. I think there might be like one in Colorado, one in
How do you
Iowa
spell
or something.
that? RUNZA?
Yes. And people in Nebraska love it. It is just all right.
From Lincoln, Nebraska. The Spicy Jack runs the sandwich. Swiss cheese runs the sandwich.
Yeah, it looks good. So you're not, but it's a pretty good idea though. If Nebraska loves it, get the heavy Christian Land sponsored by Runza.
Yeah, I think it should happen. And probably a couple of linemen or something, and they all go
I bet
together.
some of the Nebraska football players probably do actually, because like
a lot of them, JD.
There is a lot of them. Nebraskans love Runza. It's crazy. Like there's a big thing in Memorial Stadium on Nebraska football game days where everyone eats a Runza in Memorial Stadium, but. So it would be a good deal for Nebraska athletes.
There's some in Colorado. There's some in Kansas now. There is some in Missouri, actually. Where the hell is this?
There's 85.
Oh, no, that's Iowa. Clarinda, Iowa. It looks like Missouri on the map.
It's just on the other side of the border.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like there's a whole bunch. Like, we got like 25 in freaking Omaha. And then I think maybe there's one over the border. Iowa said, we don't want that. Runs a crap.
Great ranch.
You know what they need to do? You know what they need to do? They need to sponsor Spencer Lee, someone on the Iowa team, so they bring the runs over the border.
Oh,
start expanding.
There we go.
That would be smart.
There was right when NIL came out, and it was easier to track the big deals. I think it was the Auburn quarterback who got a deal with Milo's Sweet Tea, which is the sweet tea in the Southeast, and they love sweet tea.
They do.
We had some Georgia teammates when I was at Mizzou, and dude, there's just a bunch of damn sugar in the tea, guys. Hello, McFly.
Yeah, it's just sugar water.
It's sugar water.
I had a bad phase where I drank a lot of sweet tea. It's so bad.
Oh my goodness!
It's so
good,
sugar
water, Christian Piles.
It's like a melted donut. It's just delicious.
Oh my god! Hey, this is a success. There's 14 in Lincoln, Nebraska. What
I told you they love
Lincoln,
Runza.
Nebraska? What is the population? It's got to be less than 100,000, right?
No, it's over
more than that.
But it's 100-something thousand, I believe.
Let me see. I'll tell you. Oh wow,
almost
383.
Almost 300,000. I would not have guessed if you said which is bigger, Lincoln or Des Moines. I would have gotten that one wrong for sure.
Oh wow, Des Moines is not as big as Lincoln. That surprises me.
But Des Moines has the whole Des Moines metro area.
Some of them it's like how you just measure, how far you allow the border to.
All right.
Anyway,
let's see. I'll see if that metro density. Des Moines Metro Pop. Oh, Des Moines Metro Pop is 700.
There you go.
That makes more sense. Okay, Coach K, Mike Krzyzewski, I have to assume, wants to know what Ben is best at. Let's hear this question.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Hey, what's up, Ben? This is Coach K here. I'm listening to an old show. You're complaining not enough voicemail, so here you go. I got a question for you. Pick one that you're the best at. What are you the best at of these three options? 1, folk-style wrestling. 2, coaching youth and high school wrestling. 3, cryptocurrency. What are you the best at of those three? Thanks, Ben. Have a great day.
Definitely folk-style wrestling, for sure. I don't even consider myself – I consider myself like an advocate or maybe an avid fan of cryptocurrency, but there's guys who are levels above me easily. Coaching, I think I'm getting there in coaching, but I still got to prove it. I can say it, but we're starting to do it.
This voicemail kind of parlays off that. Michael from the Pacific Northwest. Tyler, if you want to play that one.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Michael Andrews calling in from the Pacific Northwest. I actually got 2 questions for you. Both of them are around this whole transition we have right now from folk style and college season getting ready to rev up into our freestyle season. So the first question is for Ben. And Ben, I was wondering, if folk style was in the Olympics, how many gold medals would you have? Because I'm assuming you're going to say that you would win multiple. So how many would you have, and who in the world would give you your toughest match? My second question is, it seems like over the past 2 years, at the Worlds and also at the Olympics, we have seen guys like David Taylor, some of our female wrestlers as well, coming in and using some traditional folk style techniques like an arm bar and a half and things like that to get turns and pins in freestyle. I was wondering, with all the debate we always have of if folk style hurts us on the international scene, could we actually start using some of these techniques more that international competition maybe isn't used to as much, and use the folk style technique as actually a springboard to help us with turns and parterre position? Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
So I would say, I mean, I'd like to think I would have won. I can't prove it in folk style because I think I was significantly better at folk style than freestyle. Yeah, so I don't know. I think so. And then I would say for the second question, I think guys are using some of the techniques creatively, and there's some other, it's just some few positional things that we do maybe a little bit different. But I don't know that there's that many more folk style techniques you can use in freestyle. We saw Keegan use handful, obviously, saw David Taylor do it. Some of the bars, but the problem, and we talk about this in my freestyle practices right now, is the problem is, say like a Turk. Mm-hmm. Okay, I double leg you and I Turk you, and I got 1:50 seconds left in the period in folk style. It's outstanding because number one, you're not getting away, right? Likely I'm holding you on your back, and probably for as long as I want to hold you on your back for. But freestyle, if they can just stay flat for 15-ish seconds, they're going to get brought up. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
They don't actually have to stop you from turning them. They just have to stop you from turning them for 15 seconds or so. And so, like, some of these moves, they just kind of take too long in freestyle. Like, if you gave a person long enough time with the Turk, yeah, they're likely going to turn it over. But if you say, well, no, you're limited to 15 seconds or whatever, then it makes it more challenging.
Okay. This tweet from, I think this will make Ben a bigger fan of baseball. We know he's not a big baseball guy, but I think this could push him back to watching a little more baseball. I don't know if Tyler can pull it in here. But it was funny.
Uh-oh.
All right, it's coming.
It's coming.
Have you seen this video yet, Ben?
My face looks
so
shiny on the camera. Why is that? What's the deal there?
All right, watch this. Hold on. He's
Midget, can we replay it?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what to look at. Is this the picture? Oh, that was like some Bobby Boucher stuff right there.
So apparently in this, I guess is some sort of a college baseball game, the pitcher just comes up and absolutely he blows this guy up.
As though the runner had hit a home run or something, because he's not running that quickly. That's where baseball is weird, Christian. Like,
yes.
I grew up watching a lot of baseball, but the whole, like, if I hit a home run, I can't party on you. Otherwise, you're going to, like, throw a ball at me the next time or something. Like, listen, dude, if I smash a ball over the fence, I should get to party on you all I want.
Yeah.
Like, I hit it over the damn fence. I should get to do whatever I want. It's weird.
Yeah, it's really weird. Especially, I mean, you say whatever you want, but it's not even that extravagant what it requires getting hit. Just a bat flip, or you stare at it too long, and you literally get a ball hurled at you at 95 miles an hour in retaliation for.
It's really weird.
Baseball is really weird and sort of backwards in a lot of ways.
It's almost a little too ego. I think you say egotistical, right? The guy
I would say that.
You're taking a stab at my ego because you hit a home run off me, and so I internalize that anger until the next time you're up, which is going to be likely like an hour later if it's baseball is slow. It's not like you can do it 1 minute later, like, oh, I'm gonna get him. Like you gotta remember that for like 45 minutes and stay mad, and then the next time he comes up, you got to get him. Like,
but then you get the best part of baseball, which is the fights.
No,
I mean, I don't listen. I fought people for a living. So maybe I'm being a little judgy here. But throwing a baseball at someone really hard when you can throw as hard as a pitcher can, like, that seems like it should be like assault and battery or something. You should get in trouble for that.
It's definitely a weird thing. It is very dangerous to be able to do that.
You just hit him in the hip.
Well, they don't always. Sometimes they hit him in the face.
Yes.
All right, let's get to some more questions here. This is a question from Daniel Nelson at half man, half Nelson. Long-time listener, first-time asker. What wrestler currently in the transfer portal will have the best year in 2022-2023?
Oh, I got to bring up my transfer portal right now then. So currently, we are on April 21st, 2020. Just FYI, so people know.
Yes, we are.
I'd say maybe Fine Silver or Henson, Tate Samuelson.
There's Dom Demas is a good one, but I have the best answer.
Hold on, is Real Woods out? Are we considering him not in the portal
he's not
anymore?
in the portal anymore.
Okay. So he went through the portal, and now he's no longer in it.
Yes. Through the Nexus portal. You know who I'm picking? Shane Griffith.
I can't find the freaking portal. Shane Griffith's not in the... Oh, technically he is in the portal.
He doesn't want to come out. He loves the portal.
That's ridiculous. He doesn't count.
He counts.
Come on.
Look at the question. Currently in the transfer portal.
Why can't I freaking... Oh, okay, I got it.
Are you Googling porthole? Because that's probably why.
So currently in the portal. Okay, who else we got as options? I like the Wyatt Samuelson option. That's a good option. I don't think Shane Griffith should count.
Sorry, dude.
I like Fine Silver. Montalvo is a good option.
Oh yeah, Monday's in there.
Oh, you know who I like? Oh, I got my one. I'm saying Griffith's off. I like Slavakuski.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Very good one.
Forgot about Big Slav.
He's a beast.
Slav. Yeah, we got some good guys. I'll go with Slavakuski.
All right, let's get in our feelings a little bit here from Dean. FRLQ asker, what time is the most sad you've ever been after a wrestler's loss and why?
There's been certain guy. I mean, like I don't
personal ties.
You coach Christian, man. When a dude puts it all the way in and then they don't get what they want, that's pretty damn depressing. It sucks because, like, there's been times when we've had like just a great round, like you get 7 out of 8 champs or something, right? Or maybe it's the semis, I don't know. And you're like, wow, that's a great round. But then the one dude that lost, you are just freaking depressed for that dude.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Snyder
losing with the team title on the line. Pretty depressing.
Yeah. So there's two categories here. There's like the fan sad.
Yeah, I'm going.
And then there's
fan.
like the personal sad.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. I had one of those when I was a coach where a guy had won regionals and beat the guy that he lost to in the state finals. He would beat him like 5 like the week before and then lost to him. That was very. That definitely like I did not. I had a kind of a crazy coaching really messed me up in somewhat. Like I wasn't ready to like emotionally handle like some of that stuff. It really sucked.
Yeah, so it's hard.
It was brutal. I learned a lot through that. But one of the saddest things I think was, and this was at the time I thought this, and then only after did I get to know this person and learn about how much this loss kind of did mess with him. But when Dennis lost to Ness in the NCAA finals, I just remember watching that being like, dude, that's the kind of way you lose that like stays with you. And that's me not knowing Daniel Dennis at all, just how he lost and just kind of the expression on his face, like that is going to be an absolutely devastating thing for him. And he's going to have a lot of regret about that. And it turns out like, yeah, that was like, for him at that time, it was absolutely devastating, and we did a whole film about it. So you should just watch that, but it was bad. So that was definitely one for me where I was like, I thought about it for a while, and that was before I even knew him.
Yeah.
Any for you, Ben? We're sharing our feelings now, Ben.
There's just too many. Honestly, it could be at a lower level, like a kid who works really hard and doesn't make it to staters. I mean, it's like not even really, really high level wrestling. Just a kid who has really committed himself and done all the right things, and there's no guarantee you get what you want. So yeah, it could be kind of depressing sometimes.
Tanner Huffman, you've never dug deep into why you think Penn State is so successful in big matches. Can Funky Ben Askren put those sports psychology classes to work and give us a guess at Kale's secret sauce?
So, Kristen, I feel like we've done this like 20 times.
I feel like we always talk about it.
I feel like we always talk about. When I read this question, I'm like, does he not listen to the show? Because I feel like we've talked about this ad nauseum, and I almost like don't even feel like talking about it more because we've talked about it that much.
I don't think it's just psychology, obviously. I think there's just like myriad factors that probably go into it.
Yeah, skill set is an obvious one, and then psychology. Yes, I mean there's two things: skill set and psychology. Those would be the two things.
I would say game planning has to be a huge factor.
But so here's the thing about game plan. I was talking about to my kids about this. Here's the thing about game planning. But yeah, so I guess correct. So we'll say skill set, strategy, and psychology. 3 S's.
Exactly.
With your skill set, I was thinking about this. Like at the NCAAs, almost all the coaches, they get the draws 10 days ahead of time. They're likely keying in on people very closely. And, they're probably watching like the first 2 possible opponents. Then obviously after that, then you're going to get time to scout the rest. And so if you have stylistically, and honestly, one of the guys who I think is guilty of this would be Marinelli. If you have a style which is relatively simplistic and you can't do a lot of things, there's going to be certain guys who are hard matchups for you because they have the antidote to whatever you're bringing to the table. And when strategically or game plan wise, you can be super, super effective is when you could say, so let's just simplify this to 3 things. I shoot a single to my right side, I shoot a high crotch to my left side, and I snap them down. Okay. If the guy has, we'll say Tristan Moran, he's great. If you shot Tristan high crotch on Tristan Moran, you're very likely getting scored on. Okay. Which a lot of guys did. Like I think Chad Red did a couple times. Listen, so the first time I wrestled Tristan, I shot a high crotch. I'm like, oh man, he's kind of good there. Like, well, how about I just double leg him? Or how about I just snap him down? But if all I had was a high crotch, I would only be able to shoot the high crotch.
Yeah.
And I don't have I can't say, oh, well, a high crotch is a bad idea. Maybe I'll just freaking snap him down, or something like that. And so that's where like having multiple options, and really the more you have, the better you are, like because some guys there's really good when you attack their legs, or so you got to arm drag them. Some guys you got to force underneath you because they struggle when they get underneath you, like so the more of these options you have to implement in your game plan, the better you are. And if we think about a lot of the Penn State guys, they're really diverse. They can do things off bottom. They're great on, most of them are really good on top. Some of the recent guys don't turn as much as the past guys. They're generally good with baseline defense and high-level scrambling defense, and then offensively, they usually have more than one option.
Perfect.
From that's a strategic standpoint.
Right. And don't forget the 3 S's, guys. Nick Croninger. When I was in high school, I never realized I could have asked my coaches to let me borrow instructional videos. Remember those? What are other things that youth wrestlers can do to get better that they do not realize may be available to them?
Oh my God, it's so easy now with all. So I actually was saying to so the day I do we have Max have 19. It was an advertisement, but it's not. I'm going to say something else. We have 19 DVDs on Wrestling Fanatics, and sometimes I watch advertisements come up for certain people, not everyone, but certain people. I'm like, shit, I need to go do some homework and watch that guy and just see what he's saying. Kind of like what I told you guys yesterday about my style is like I watched everybody, so I need to go watch their technique DVDs and see what they're saying. But I think even more, maybe not like a real low level should be watching the technique DVDs, but the higher level should be watching matches. And even if you're not able to like verbalize every single little thing that's going on, you kind of in your brain somewhere, it's all recording, right? And you're figuring out how certain parts go together and how everything works.
Got it.
Watch lots of matches.
So you think watch a lot of matches?
Yes.
If you can find them. They're only everywhere. Yes. Basically, all the world championships from like 2014 or 15 on are very easily found on YouTube. And, of course, we have a lot on Flow. So, yeah, definitely watch a lot of matches.
Pick your favorite wrestlers, watch them a bunch, try to wrestle like them.
Yeah. Also, like, just I feel like at the youth level, like there's less of an emphasis on just overall strength and endurance training. I think it's more about just all supplemented with wrestling practice, and I think that's definitely can be a huge If you're really, really strong and in really, really good shape, it's going to help you in wrestling. So it's something you can always be, and this can help you in every sport too. So do that. Don't just
become
practice.
a gymnast.
Become a gymnast. That is big. Okay. Other questions. Everyone is talking about. Okay.
Sorry, I really like the voicemails. We should get those. That's glad that people called. I like it.
I like them too. Are there any big ones I missed, JD? We had, as you mentioned, we had quite a few.
I want to get to J-Rams.
All right, let's hit J-Ram.
Oh, we got more.
Hey, my name is J-Ram. That's just my street name.
Wow.
I got a question. I want you guys' takes on the 10 world weights being different than the 6 Olympic weights, like completely different weights. So people have to shift, and it takes the emphasis off of those non-Olympic weights. Part 2, if you guys don't want to talk about wrestling, because sometimes Pyle likes to go off and not talk about wrestling stuff, I want to know why Chipotle and Qdoba tortillas are so much different than the ones I buy at the store. It really bothers me. I want to make a burrito just like them, but I don't have that type of tortilla. So, please let me know. You said this is my first-time listener and last-time caller, so please ask one of these questions.
What a legend.
Whatever.
He said this is the last time he's calling. He said first-time listener, last-time caller.
Once you find out the secret to Chipotle and Qdoba's tortillas.
Are we just talking about size, or are we actually talking about like texture and other things?
Well, I am with him that like the tortillas you get at the grocery store almost.
It's because you need the press.
Yeah, maybe it's the press. They're so thick.
Presses.
Right, you don't like
too thick. I don't like
too thick.
No, there's
the
a couple companies I don't know them offhand, but there's a couple companies who make some pretty good ones. I wish I could tell you what they were offhand. My wife, I don't know. I think because we let them go bad so often because they only came in stacks of like 30. There were these frozen ones that were good, so good. Well, you put them on like a skillet to warm them up, you know? Mm-hmm. Oh my God, they were delicious.
Maybe that's part of the secret. Hey, but
I always warm mine.
J-Ram is right though. They are different and superior. And the ones at the grocery store, I have not found ones that are comparable.
That's probably proprietary technology. Because if you could make a Chipotle like burrito, why would you go to Chipotle?
Exactly
the
right.
Convenience.
Yeah, it is convenient.
And then we talked about we've talked about before that it would be kind of interesting if they. So obviously, with the exception of heavyweight, staggered the other 5 weights in between, right? So if it was like non-Olympic, weight 1, weight 2, and then the first Olympic weight is between those two, you know, something like that, where they would stagger them. So everyone had to move in the Olympic year, not this is the Olympic weight, and you know, certain people are moving down or up.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that. Would y'all? We might have actually talked about this. Go 10-6 like it is now, or 8 across the board.
Ooh,
give me 8.
I don't know.
That's
I love
easy.
10. I love 10 right now. I could kind of do without one in the upper weights, but I would probably put one more. So I would start at where we're at 55. Or we're at 57 now. 57. I think we go. So my simplistic way was 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, and then heavyweight. That'd be really simplistic. I think you go every 4 kilograms also, like from the beginning, maybe.
Yes. So I kind of like the idea. I would like to actually see the weights in practice, like what they would look like.
What's the best world team trials of all time? Or in your lifetime?
Well, 17, obviously.
You know why? Because they had 8 weights.
Well, that's not necessarily why.
But that's also only one So yeah, if we only
that was a
huge
weights, factor because it made all those guys wrestle.
Yeah, but that's not what we want. That doesn't mean that's the best. That just if we want to say what's the most fun matches, well, let's have 4 weights and make everyone wrestle each other.
Yeah.
Well, I think 8's a nice little happy medium.
I like 8. 9 or 10, I think, is probably proper. It would be the best.
Yes, 10 is definitely a good number for spreading them apart. I think, like as they should be. 8 is probably too few. Some guys, especially if it's in the heavyweights, are going to get caught in between a little bit.
Yeah,
but
the 79 to 86 gap. is that one. That one is especially annoying because then you go 86 to 92, which is a smaller gap, but a larger person. So on percentage basis, it's way smaller. Like it's so freaking stupid. And then you go 70 to 74, which is it's bigger than the 65, or it's smaller than the 65 to 70. It doesn't make any sense. This is like for me, this is like prime example of UWW shenanigans. Like, guys, just make it make sense. Like, make the weight classes move at a proper structure. Don't just like, what are you doing? You go 4 kilograms, 4 kilograms, 5 kilograms, 4 kilograms. Wait, why'd you go 5? I don't freaking know. 4 kilograms, 7 kilograms. Wait, what? 5, 7. Like, where? Make them 4s, make them 5s. Like, do something easy.
Yeah, the spacing doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
My reservation with going down to 8 is like, well, would we lose another lightweight? You know, because they're kind of, which I would not want to.
Yeah.
I do like, I feel like 57, 61, 65 is a great opening 3 weights.
57. So, yeah. So I don't disagree. And I think those are kind of equally. So then from there, maybe you go 65, 69, 73, and then maybe by 5s. So like 78, 83, 88 or something to that effect. Something that makes sense. But just when they're going 4, 5, 7, 6, like what are we doing here?
Yeah. Any chance Ben can rate the best wrestling camps, provide any insight into what to look for?
I don't know.
Asking for high school level.
There was one I was just complaining about though the other day. I won't say the name, but I don't really work like anymore. I just coach AWA pretty much. Maybe once in a while I'll do one. But there was this one someone was asking me about. And you went there and they had a lot of kids because I think they made it cheap and it was like at a high school. But it was like every 35 minutes I was going somewhere else. So I didn't get the schedule. I show up, whatever. Hey, you're starting at 9 a.m., 9 a.m., go. It was like 35 minutes here, 35 minutes there, 28 minutes here, 42 minutes there. And it was like, holy man, I can show like one move. Why am I even here? This is freaking stupid.
Yeah.
Makes no sense. I know their idea was the kids get to see like a lot of different people type thing, but it was just like, dude, 35 minutes, like I'm saying like hello, introducing myself and showing like, I don't know, 2.5 moves or something.
Yeah, that's kind of a waste of time in my opinion. Okay, anything else before we get on out of here?
There's another voicemail I want to get to because we actually got an answer to it this morning.
Let's go.
Zach from Georgia.
From Georgia.
Hi, my name is Zach Howard. I live down here in Georgia. With so many seniors that, commit to these bigger colleges, foregoing their senior year in high school, I did recently see Bo Bassett said that he's going to do that for all of his years of high school. Obviously, I think he's kidding, but do you think that we could eventually see kids, skipping 2, 3, and sometimes all of their high school wrestling careers just to train at a RTC?
So, Christian, maybe I missed something, but there's been like in the last 5 years, maybe like, I don't know, 5 to 7 guys who skipped their senior year.
Yeah, it's a pretty small number. In my opinion. Like Levi, Nick Lee, Aaron Brooks, I think did. Kyle Snyder, Aaron Pico, if you count him. Aaron Pico maybe only did like 1 or 2 years.
1 year of high school.
And he didn't go to an RTC or anything. He just wanted to train freestyle.
Right.
Yeah.
Will it become more popular though?
I think there's still a good enough for maybe like a Kyle Snyder type. I mean, especially when you're really large, it may be hard to get really good workouts. But say if you're like a 138 pounder, right, and you're really high level, and as long as your local club or team doesn't totally suck, like there's probably 152 pounders that could probably go with you. Like go good where you get a really hard good workout, or a coach likely can go with you. I think it would be pretty rare that the athlete is so good that there's very few coaches and or teammates who can go with them.
Yeah. it could become slightly more prevalent where we see, more than just one guy a year do it. We could see, but I don't think it'll ever be a huge percentage of even the elite of the elite recruits.
Yeah, because I don't understand what the draw is, because they could travel there, right? On say, hey, I could go there for a couple weeks or something to that effect. But you'd obviously have to get your own housing. No one's paying for your housing at that point. You'd have to enroll in an online high school or a local high school. Your parents, I don't know if they would trust you enough at that point to live on your own. Obviously you're getting close to doing it in college, but right. So there's kind of a whole bunch of hurdles to cross. And as long as your current situation is really good, are pretty good, I just don't see the point.
Yeah. Kylie Welker did this past year.
Right.
What do you mean?
She finished up early and did online, or I don't remember if she graduated a year
Kylie
early.
Welker doesn't live in Wisconsin. I've just seen her a couple times. I thought
I know she went out to the OTC for quite some time, and she either graduated early or went full online her senior year so that she could do that. But Bo Bassett replied to the real Avery Lynch, who asked basically the same question minutes before the show, and said, "We have never slowed down. We definitely shifted the focus earlier to freestyle, but next year McCourt has Ironman, Powerade, and Beast of the East on the schedule. Then in January, I heard the plan was to shift to freestyle, while most are worrying about states. Best of both."
Okay, he heard the plan.
Wait, I guess I'm a little bit confused. So
because they said
Bishop
with the
McCourt,
sanctions to Bishop McCourt, but he's not going just full freestyle. Screw high school.
So he can wrestle in a few matches
out of state, or that aren't like PIAA sanctioned.
So he only can't wrestle in, or he/they only can't wrestle in the PIAA state series, I guess.
Right.
Then?
Or duels, probably.
Oh, or PIAA duels. Got it. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know all the exact details.
The other question I had, which I don't remember the answer, but I was thinking, can those kids go somewhere else and be eligible, or is it only the school, or is it anyone who was on the school roster-ish at the time? But then obviously they weren't in high school, so how could they be on the school roster?
I think they could. I mean, they could transfer to who knows? I mean, maybe you're not allowed to change schools in Pennsylvania anymore.
Yeah, obviously Sem and Blair have no rules, so you could go to one of those.
Yes.
They're prep. They don't compete at the PIAA. They're not under their watch.
Yeah.
So yeah, they could move if, but yeah, I think they're gonna
get sanctioned again though.
Could. Yeah, that is definitely possible. Okay.
I think the individuals did get sanctioned because it was
really?
They got sanctioned for a couple, and the team got sanctioned for more. The coach, I can't remember all. I'd have to go back and read the ruling.
Got it.
Jonathan from Massachusetts has one. We could play his.
Hey guys, this is Jonathan from New Bedford, Massachusetts. I'm calling to get you guys' thoughts on which you think is the biggest or are the biggest college wins of all time. I like to think that Kyle Dake over David Taylor, in my opinion, is one of, if not the biggest college win ever. Kyle Dake really stopped David Taylor from becoming a 3-time Hodge Trophy winner and 3-time national champion. I know Owens over Gable is probably number one, but I just want to get your thoughts on the question. Thank you. Bye.
Jonathan is definitely from Massachusetts.
Yeah.
I know mine.
What's yours?
Pendleton over Askren?
Oh, hell no. You lost, jackass.
Yeah.
No, it's the National Christian called JV. Mark Schultz bumped up Mr. Bannock to stop him from being the first 4-time NCAA champion ever in an absolutely electrifying match. And then Christian said that was JV.
I didn't say. Yeah, you have never produced that tape. So once you produce it, then perhaps we could discuss that. Not my favorite match.
Stuff like that is why I generally defer to wrestling. The guys are much better now than
I don't know, man.
30, 40 years ago.
I think that's the highest level as it gets. I think Dake Taylor is.
Dake Taylor is.
I don't know if there's any way to beat that, honestly.
Pretty legendary.
Gwiz Snyder is up there.
Oh yeah,
with it. But like the data doesn't lie. Like the most people ever tuned in to watch Dake and Taylor.
Snyder Gwiz was also an amazing match as well.
Amazing.
Like, I think coming in, there was almost nobody picking Nick to win that match. Like, very, very few people were giving him a shot at that point in time. And, man, he very nearly did it. That was definitely the most hyped match of that year.
That is one of the top matches where if somebody goes, hey, I've never seen a wrestling match before, show me one, like that one comes to mind as a match to show somebody.
Yeah.
To get them to like wrestling and enjoy 10 minutes.
It was a very good match, for sure. I'm trying to think of other big ones we might be missing.
I mean, a big one, this is like, I don't know. Well, I feel like we could come up with a lot of big ones, but then when you compare them to the magnitude of what we just said, it's like, well, not really. You know,
okay,
so like Bo Nickel getting put to his back and then reversing and pinning Miles Martin,
my gosh,
essentially for the team title. Like, that's pretty legendary.
Then the whole "that's what we do."
That is a huge one.
Yes.
Ooh.
But
Caldwell over Metcalf.
Oh, Caldwell over Metcalf for sure is up there.
Yeah, big one.
That for sure is up there. Man, no, you're right, Ben. That one is huge.
Yeah.
Because with everything, the team on the line, the greatest team race ever, two of the best teams, we've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And yeah, it coming down to that match and getting the pin that way, very insane.
Who was up by 14 points?
Oh,
and got
it was
Lambrecht and Roan.
Lambrecht and Roan.
Yeah.
Lambrecht. That's insane.
That's just like an insane. That's not necessarily a big match, just an insane.
Yeah.
One of the most insane ones.
Lambrecht made that tilt look absolutely impossible to stop. Like it was just a fate.
And then it's weird because the next year he wasn't nearly as good. He was a good disc golfer though.
Really?
Josh Lambrecht threw a mean sidearm.
Could he beat you?
I don't know. I'll look it up. I don't think he ever got quite as good as me, but he was really good.
What do you mean look it up? Did he play like professionally?
No. But everyone has a rating, so you can look up what his rating was. Every round you play in disc golf.
That you like record.
In competition.
So not in.
That's what I'm saying. Like he competed, not professionally.
He is currently a 961. Like so, that's a really good disc golfer. And he still plays in tournaments. He just he won some cash in a Pro Masters a couple weeks ago.
Dang, what a beast!
Yeah.
Okay.
He's played in 74 career events. That has got to be so many more than me. There's no way I've played anywhere near that amount.
He's about it.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna call it a week, folks.
All right.
Appreciate you guys.
Have a great day,
tuning in.
guys.
We'll be back next Tuesday. That's for sure. We hope you guys have a great weekend. Plenty of content coming out about the U.S. Open, women's, freestyle, U17, all the things happening. We have content up about all of it. Make sure you check it out. Check out our stuff from Arizona State that we did. We did a workout highlight video. It's really sweet. Interviews with Mark Perry, a walk and talk. Got stuff with Zeke Jones. On and on and on it goes.
Keep calling into the voicemail. Those were fun.
Those are great.
515-509-5071. 515-509-5071.
Call toll free today. Thanks, guys. See ya. Live, direct from hell, it's Who's Number One, the show, the very best show on planet Earth. David Bray up here at the table's got some high school talk for you. I'm Andrew Spay, and the mustacheless, his mustache hairs are missing, been shorn, recently shorn, JD Raider, looking clean and fresh. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Excellent.
This is a show about rankings. JD, rank the family tradition that makes you shave your mustache every year.
That's such a great
Easter.
segue. Like,
Let's go ahead and rank that.
I mean, rank your family tradition.
Among family traditions, go ahead and rank it.
Well, we don't have many family traditions, but amongst them, this one's the bottom.
Okay.
Every Easter you shave your faces.
I do, yes.
Okay.
Your whole family.
The whole family, yes.
Okay. How many? Like just the immediate family? We're talking. Uncles
It's
and aunts?
my father's side.
What about Murphy Dog, the official mascot of Who's Number One, the show?
No.
You should shave a mustache into Murphy's face on
Does
Easter.
Murphy doesn't even get a trim? He gets nothing?
Next week he's getting one, but
All right.
he's a wild man.
Okay. He's not officially a Raider.
No one, he's bad to the bone. No one can tell him what to do.
Bad. All right, let's get to some. There's a surprising amount to talk about. There wasn't a ton of high school events,
No.
nor senior level and zero college. But you got a big board that came out. We have the Open that's coming up, which is going to take up most of the time of today's show. And you put in some work. I did a spreadsheet. JD is going to talk about domestic rankings, which he hasn't updated in quite a while. And yeah, we'll open it up with some open talk or whatever else you got.
Well, hey, before we get into the open talk, it's recruiting.
It's always recruiting season,
right? So we had three pretty big recruits last week for the class of 2023. And last show we talked Meyer Shapiro. He was a big time get. But another guy that I think is going to make a big impact, Nico Ruiz, number 12 on the 2023 big board. He's going to Arizona State. No surprise there. We talked about it, I think, on the show last week that we expected that's where he would end up. And sure enough,
we were talking about surprises, and this should not be one.
This would not. Yeah, this one doesn't fall in that category of surprise. Nico Ruiz, John Bosco guy, Monster Garage guy. So following that Valencia path, and makes a lot of sense. Nico Ruiz, I think, can make a big impact. He's got the Super 32 belt in the shot there. That's not Photoshopped, Dan. He won the tournament.
No, the singlet. He did not win it in that singlet, however. Oh, wow. Look at the MoGraphs.
Yeah, he's got a motion graphic here. And hey, appreciate that he could get some use out of our footage. So good for him. Good, really good get. The guy is incredibly tricky on top. He's got so his top work reminds me a little bit of Seth Gross, just very tricky, very good at tying up wrists and using wrists in basically every position to generate points. And so not a one-for-one comparison with Gross, but he's got that wrist game that keeps him in about every position.
Yeah, and I like seeing future teammates. Thunderman Richie Figueroa was the first one to comment there. It showed up first on Instagram. So
yep,
getting in good with the Sun Devil family. That's good to see.
Yeah, very good to see. So big time pickup. Another commitment that probably not too surprising is number 39, Kale Lauritsen. We've talked about him on this show a disproportionate amount because his coach is Craig Picorni, who works with us. But Kale Lauritsen, number 39 on the big board. He is committed to Nebraska. Going to be staying in state, and he's in Bennington, which is just outside of Omaha. So he'll be heading down the road less than an hour to Lincoln. Good.
If there's one high school from watching Who's Number One the show in Nebraska, it's Bennington.
It's Bennington High School. We have documented their dual state championship, their individual state championship.
I feel like you had a lot to do with that.
It just happened. But Lauritsen, a really interesting pickup. And Nebraska's recruiting recently has been interesting. They've been focused on the lightweights. They got Jake Van D. He's committed. Kale Lauritsen's in, and I'm trying to remember their other commit. That's like a 125 prospect. But so it'll be very interesting to see what happens. Kale Lauritsen is better known for his freestyle and Greco than his folk style accomplishments, but part of that just means the guy is not afraid to go big. He's got a lot of tools. So I think it's a good pickup.
Yeah, and Nebraska, if the Huskers, you want to lock down the state and keep that Bennington to Lincoln pipeline going, because as long as Craig Picorni's there, that pipeline is only going to get filled with more and more recruits, D1-level talent. And they have a large national recruiting footprint. So
it's almost like anything you get in Nebraska is just bonus because Brian Snyder's recruiting the heck out of D11 in Pennsylvania, which is the Lehigh Valley where he's from. And they have guys on that roster literally from all over. They had a couple guys go through that program not too long ago from New Jersey who were pretty good pickups. Jordan Burroughs and James Green, South Jersey guys. And then when you get guys from Nebraska, keep them in state, what a nice thing that is too.
Yeah. The other recruit that they picked up, lightweight, Alan Kohler from Minnesota. That's another lightweight. And speaking of locking down the border, one of the top remaining guys in the 2023 big board is Joel Adams. Joel Adams he'll be a really, he'll be a big time pickup wherever he ends up. But hopefully, you would imagine Nebraska is hoping to keep him in state. He's currently number 37 on the big board, but I think he has the potential to climb further and further up that board.
Very exciting style too.
Very exciting style, and it's about to be Joel Adams' season because it's freestyle Greco season, and that's where he makes his money. So that'll be an interesting recruit to keep your eye on. Millard South, Nebraska, another Omaha suburb. We'll see what happens with Adams. The other recruit that we can talk about here is Drew Heathes. He's DCC guy in Michigan.
He's wearing a singlet with himself on it. So there's Princeton, and then underneath a superimposed on the Princeton logo, he's got him in his stance. So that's an interesting logo choice. Very Mijan Lopez.
Yes, he's been compared to Mijan Lopez many times, and
they get confused a lot.
Yeah, Drew Heathes, number 67 on the big board, committed to the recruiting process at Princeton. Works a little different in the Ivy League, but it's not very often that you see somebody commit to the recruiting process and then not be admitted.
Yeah, it's kind of a technicality that I believe like the alumni insist on. I don't even know if it's a conference rule that's written down anywhere, but in the Ivy Leagues they don't grant admission before make exemptions for admissions for the athletes. Everybody gets in at the same time, at least at Princeton anyway. So you see, they're not in, they're not accepting an offer, they're not getting a whatever. They're just saying, I'm committed to going to seeing through this process, and it means the same thing as making a verbal.
Trust the process. And so, it'll be really interesting to see, see what happens there. But they're picking up a good number of recruits. They've already got 3 guys in the top 100 on the big board. Holden Garcia, 160-pound PIAA champ for Notre Dame. Going there, he's number 54 on the board. Number 57, Eli Rivera, national prep champ. And now Drew Heathes, number 67. So,
good.
Pretty good. Pretty good start. Pretty good.
A
little over half of the recruits in the top 100 have already committed. There are, I believe, 48 remaining uncommitted recruits in the class of 2023. Interestingly, and probably not super surprising, only 4 recruits in the top 21 remain available. Only 4 recruits in that bottom 21 of the top 100 have committed. So, the top ones, they're getting snagged.
Okay.
They're getting snagged, and no surprise there. So, some recruiting nugs. Any thoughts recruiting wise?
It's a nice one for Princeton. I saw David Zuba. Is he already there? I thought Zuba was going to. Or is that a different Zuba?
I thought Zuba was at Ryder.
At Ryder, yeah. Is he there now?
Should be, yes.
Yep, he's entering his second year, David Zuba. Okay, but perhaps they know each other from other things.
probably from wrestling.
Yeah. Other wrestling related things is the assumption.
I bet so.
That's interesting. Yeah, we'll just see more and more guys come off. It's just about everybody from class of 2022 is done, although those rankings keep going as they're still going to enter Fargo. And then 2023, who's number 1 stuff starting to play out after these team trials. We have cadets, then juniors, then Fargo. Then we're going to see who's number 1. Right after Fargo, some golden tickets are going to go out.
Yes.
And that all plays into recruiting. So
yeah,
it stays exciting even though the high school season's over.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, I agree. It's going to be really exciting. And we're going to have some really good and relevant high school results this upcoming weekend before the U.S. Open. The Ultimate Duels are going down, and I've heard some rumors about pretty tough teams being put together for those duels, but we don't have the official registrations yet. So stay tuned to the site. We will keep an eye out for.
They'll be up soon. They may be up by the time you're watching this.
They may, but if you're watching it live, they're not up.
No chance.
It's not going to happen. It has not happened. So we'll see. But the big one, the big event coming up, U.S. Open. As far as high school wrestling goes, there are a couple different categories of places where you're going to see high school wrestlers. Actually, there are 3 different divisions where I've seen high school wrestlers already. There are a handful of guys that are going to try their hand at the senior level. Jesse Mendez among them.
Mm-hmm.
He's already qualified for the junior trials. This is not a world team trials for the juniors. This is a qualifier for the trials.
Yeah. Real quick summary of the U.S. Open. Its main component is senior level in all 3 styles, which set the table for the team trials.
Mm-hmm.
The team trials then decide who's in Final X, which picks the world team spots. But in addition to Greco, women's, and men's freestyle having one of the major tournaments of the year that, like I said, sets up the world team trials, we also have junior Pan Am team trial. There's a junior tournament going on for men's freestyle and Greco that will pick the Pan Am team and set the table for the junior world team trials, which will happen in June with the U23 world team trials in Ohio.
Yes.
Then you have the U17, which is cadets. That picks the world team there, so that's extremely important for 17 and under. Some of the best high school kids will be trying out for that team. And then you have U15, which all it does is pick a Pan Am team. There is no U15 World yet. Stay tuned. But that's the most important 15 and under tournament for men's freestyle and Greco-Roman. And then there is a futures tournament for the men, which is 13 and under, which is just a way to get matches. And then there is a women's showcase, which is just there for recruiting purposes, but some of the best high school women are going to be entered in that as well.
Yes.
So it's like a dozen tournaments all in one.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the Masters. So
Yeah.
neither Bader nor Mike Mauger entered, as our colleagues have in the past, but you can look it up and enjoy their matches on Flow. But
really wrestling media participation as a whole is down. No Alex Steen.
no Mike Mal, no Bader.
Mike Mal, no Bader. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, when are you strapping them back on? You just got back into biking, so you should be in the best shape of your life.
Maybe is it too late to enter? I don't know.
I think no, 24th. We have 2-3 days for you to enter.
No problem.
Anyway, that's the U.S. Open, so that's why you're going to see high school guys. There's the senior level, there's
Yes.
U20, and then there's U17.
Yes.
And there's probably some high school kids in U15. They just might not be ranked, or you haven't looked through there yet.
Yeah, I haven't looked through there yet. There definitely will be some high school kids in there for sure. Good point.
Yeah, underclassmen, lightweights.
And I mean, U15, that tournament is no joke. Ben Devino beat Anthony Knox in a best-of-3 series there last year. Cooper Hilton beat Seth Mendoza in a best-of-3. Like that Diacobo and Vizzi won it. I mean, there are guys that you're going to see in the rankings that are littered throughout that tournament. So, yeah, you can't ignore that one, but it does take a little bit. It's a little lower priority for watching because there's so much happening. If you're a high school wrestling fan, the largest concentration of high school wrestlers are going to be in.
Yeah, give us the highlights of the.
Yeah, the U17 and the juniors. U17. This is a world team trial, like Spay said. So you want to win this thing to get on the cadet world team this year. Maybe a little more incentive than other years. You're going to Rome.
Rome, baby.
Instead of other places that are maybe not.
The Eternal City.
Yes, the Eternal City. 45 kilos. We have four honorable mention guys. Nobody that's in the top 20. 45 kilos, a little bit under 100 pounds, right around 100 pounds. So, it's a weight class that typically does have a fairly good, level of talent in there. Bo Bassett won this weight class not only at the trials but at the World Championships last year. Probably the front runner to win it this year is Javon Yarbrough. He was a Fargo champ. He's from Ohio, sophomore, still kind of waiting to hit that growth spurt. So he's wrestling 45 kilos. Haken Peterson, a Seabolt guy, is in there, and there are a couple other tough guys as well. 48 kilos though is where it starts to get really tough. We've got a bunch of guys in there ranked in the top 20. Number 6, Seth Mendoza. Number 7, Chris Kaiser. Number 10, Christian Casillo, up at 113. Then Mack Mauger, Isaiah Cortez, Drew Ayala, all in that 10 to 20 range. Really tough guys. And then some honorable mention ones you can't leave out. When you guys look at this list, is there anybody in that 48 kilo bracket that stands out to you as somebody you maybe would circle as a favorite or somebody you'd pick?
I'm learning about these guys new, although it's good to see. Pennsylvania, Seabolt, Wisconsin guy, Iowa, 2 Seabolt guys. It's nice to see, and then Ohio. It's nice to see a little diversity in the regions.
I think Seth
all
Mendoza,
in that wrestling belt there.
Yeah, I think Seth Mendoza. He's somebody that I think has a very high potential of winning this tournament. He can get it done. Another guy that you don't want to forget about, Mack Mauger. He's currently number 13 from Idaho. But when it's freestyle and Greco season, he tends to put it in really, really impressive performances. I believe he was a double Fargo champ last year at 98 pounds, something like that.
Following the path of one Rich Lovett.
Yes, he is. He is. So
Idahoan?
Idahoan?
Yeah.
2 Poway guys. One of them, I believe, that's got to be Brock's probably brother, maybe cousin, but Devin Bobzien.
Yep. Edwin Sierra is really tough there too. I believe Sierra I think he finished 4th at state this year in California, which is tough to do. So that bracket's going to have its fair share of contenders for sure. 51 kilos. There are 3 guys ranked in the top 10: Adrian DeJesus, Cooper Hilton, Sebastian DeGennaro. All those guys are tough. But somebody who's unranked only because he's not yet in high school, Bo Bassett is going to be the favorite in this one. He has just been ultra dominant basically everywhere he's competed other than Super 32, where Anthony Knox was the one guy that's beaten him in the last calendar year and a half. Other than that, I mean, he's just gotten it done.
Yeah. DeJesus, the highest ranked guy there. I got to see him at NHSCA's. Still a young guy, very methodical. The tournament wasn't as tough as it's been in the past, the NHSCA Nationals, but still some good competition, and he just looked to be the best of his class and those freshman guys. And but Bo Bassett, as you said, is kind of a cut above right now.
Yeah, DeJesus and Hilton, probably the two guys closest to being able to push Bassett. I would expect that we'll see one of those guys taking on Bassett in the finals. 55 kilos. This is one of the weight classes that I am most excited about. I think this one probably has appeal for wrestling fans that don't even necessarily follow high school wrestling that closely. You've got number 1 Mason Gibson, number 4 Nate Jezeroga, but Nate Jezeroga won this event last year and then went on to the World Championships, brought home a bronze. We've got Ben Devino, who won the U15 event here last year. Kale Lauritsen, ranked 6th at 113. He was in the finals last year against who did he wrestle in the finals? Who was that last year? What's his name? He's now wrestling in North Carolina.
Spencer Moore,
who was the only senior in high school, college bound guy in the
graduated early. Even he was very young.
Graduated early. So and then you've got
Leo DeLuca,
Vinny Kilkeary, Drew Gorman.
Gorman was at NHSCA's. He looked very good in that field.
Luke Lillidahl has not registered, but I would expect he probably. He's probably thinking about it. He's been competing in freestyle. It seems like he's getting tuned up and ready to go. And then outside of the top 20, you got Fargo champs like Adrian Meza, Fargo finalist Sam Herring. Jax Forrest was a 4th at Fargo last year, but he has looked incredible. You've got some front runners, right? You've got the world medalist Nate Jezeroga. Then you've got a guy like Mason Gibson, who's number 1, and then Ben Devino, who won U15s. There's so much to think about here.
Yeah, this is a really stacked one. This will be a lot of fun. This is prime territory for cadets, for U17 guys to really come into their own. They're young, they're growing, so they're not going to all stay at 55. They're definitely not all going to stay at 55. But it's a chance to see guys that are then going to kind of spread out to other weight classes as they get to later in high school and into college. And it's just really fun. This one, 60 kilograms, it's always a treat.
Yeah, 55. It kind of feels like we may be on a collision course for Jezeroga, Gibson. Although, listen, they don't seed this event. They use separation criteria. So basically, we know Jezeroga is going to be sitting at the top of the bracket because he has a world medal. He's the only one that has that criteria. So he's going to be up there. But then there are a number of guys. There are actually a bunch of guys that fall into the next level of criteria. Those guys include Adrian Meza, Leo DeLuca, Kale Lauritsen, Aiden Valencia, and Sam Herring. Although now Aiden Valencia is out due to injury.
He just announced very recently on Instagram, I believe. which is too bad, but he'll be back, and I'm sure just needs to get healthy. Also forgot Mason Gibson was at NHSCA's almost as an afterthought. He put up like 20-some points in a couple different matches. So you can check those out. Those were a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And he didn't look as sharp as he has in the past, so maybe he was just kind of warming up with that and kind of focusing on making this team since it'll be his first.
It was his team. That was his first competition back since being injured at Fargo and having surgery. Mm-hmm. So it makes sense that he was knocking the rust off a little bit. But all that to say, Mason Gibson, rankings-wise, feels like maybe he and Jezroga would meet in the finals, but there's no guarantee they're on opposite sides of the bracket. There are 4 guys with level 2 criteria, which is, being a Fargo finalist is one of those things, that kind of thing. But and Gibson but he was in Greco, so that does not move him into that category. So Gibson could be on the same side as Jezroga. We don't know.
That's right. Don't when you see those brackets, don't be shocked and say how did you seed it this way? They're not really seeding.
They're not seeding. They're using separation criteria. So
don't be surprised.
Those two guys are probably the people that most wrestling fans are going to circle for the finals. But if you pay attention to this show, we don't want you to be surprised by things that will surprise other people. Last week we talked about Drew Gorman. He beat the world silver medalist that beat Nate Jezroga at the World Championships last year. So Gorman ranks just 16th, but a guy that could go on a run if he finds his way to the finals. Don't be shocked. Don't say we didn't warn you. That could happen. Then there are a couple guys outside the rankings that you've got to keep your eyes on. Jax Forrest has he's looked good. He's looked outstanding. Elite 8 duels. He beat Jake Kraps. Like he's a guy that's in 8th grade, so no ranking next to his name, but he very, very well could make a big impact on this bracket.
Yeah.
All right, 60 kilos.
Another fun one.
Another really fun one.
A lot of ranked guys. A lot of hashtag numbers.
7 guys in the top 20 in this bracket. PJ Duke, Zan Fugit, Omar Ayab, Tyler Vasquez, Dalton Perry, Brock Mantanona. Vince Bouzakis just registered this morning or last night. I don't know when John Kozak updated it this morning. Vince Bouzakis was a new entry. PJ Duke is, I think, definitely the favorite in this weight class. He's ranked up at 138, but competing at 60 kilos. So I think you'll have that power and strength that we're used to seeing with him, and that is a big asset for him in addition to a lot of wrestling skill. He's coming off a journeyman performance where he beat Coy Biskins and looked solid, looked as good as he has. So Duke going to be the favorite to make this world team.
Yeah, that's a top name guy. That's someone you want to watch. Expectations you got to temper a little bit for guys in high school, but he's got future star written all over him.
Yes, yeah, he definitely does, and we're working on our 2025 big board, which will come out next week. PJ Duke going to be very high on that board.
Now, how close is a guy like Kyler Larkin to being ranked? Because I feel like he's someone we've seen and mentioned a lot, and still in the bubble there.
Very close. He has been ranked. He was ranked after he won Fargo last year and knocked off Mason Gibson, but then took a couple losses, and so he moved out. But he's very close. He's a good performance here, and he could move pretty high up.
He's a guy where that's maybe a dark horse for this bracket with so many ranked guys in there, but don't be surprised.
Those Valiant Prep guys tend to have some of their best performances in freestyle as well. So yeah, Kyler Larkin, keep your eyes on him. 65 kilos is a weight class with more parity than a lot of the other brackets.
No clear favorite.
Yeah, not necessarily, right? There's number 4, Joel Adams, number 5, Tyler Kasich. These rankings are a little bit old. Number 12, Pearson Manville. Oh, no, they're not. Pearson Manville's just up at a different weight now. Number 13, Cam Catcherbone. Number 19, Brock Herman. Some other really good guys below that. Zach Hansen's, somebody that is incredibly dangerous when it comes to freestyle and Greco. He's not in the top 20 right now, so another guy you got to watch.
Is a pinnacle guy I see in the registration, and those guys know how to do freestyle and Greco. So
yes,
they often outperform in Greco. They have Jared Lawrence there. They have all sorts of guys go through there and then do big things in Greco, so don't be surprised.
Zach Hansen got 2 stop signs last year at Fargo. He's halfway to a 4-way stop. I mean, he could
Always stop sign.
He's about to be able to put that up.
I also like how Joel Adams, he's Zach Dominguez guy, we know, but he put as his club the best wrestler.
The best wrestler.
And I don't know if that's like a hack into the registrations to make people read that so it shows up in arena.
It could be.
I don't want to encourage people to start going with the shenanigans, because then that's just another thing for Bennington High School head coach or assistant coach Greg McCorney to have to deal with.
Yeah.
But it's just like, hey, Joel Adams, the best wrestler.
I used to run like these mountain races in Wyoming, and there was a guy that would use his team name to like taunt other people in the race.
Yeah.
So he would put his name, and he also only ever registered as horse cow, one word. He used his actual name.
Wow.
But then for his team name, like if he was running against you, Spay, his team name would be like owns Spay.
Yeah.
Like, whatever.
Yeah, dominates this guy.
Yeah, that's what he would do.
This man is a fool.
So funny. So maybe
I bet he picked some great pub trivia names too.
Oh yeah.
I bet he could get into some mischief.
He could. But so the parity that we have here, right? Zach Hansen not ranked, but a double Fargo champ. He was in a super close match with Joel Adams at Super 32 this year. One that was controversial. People didn't know, how that should have been ruled. Ultimately, Joel Adams was a finalist at Fargo. He beat Tyler Kasich last year in the Fargo finals. Razor thin, crazy match. Pearson Manville was a Fargo finalist, lost just in a very, very close match in his finals. A lot of really good guys. And then the one that I think people should be very, very aware of is number 19, Brock Herman. He was undefeated at the Elite 8 duels, didn't have some of the guys in his path that would have allowed him to climb the rankings, but that guy he's looked lights out. He's looked very locked in. So Brock Herman could make some serious noise this weekend.
Yeah.
Not this weekend, next weekend.
And I have to give a shout out to the other half of the Pinnacle coaches. Brandon Paulson is a very accomplished Greco wrestler. So
yes.
When I was trying to mention a lot of the Pinnacle guys do well in Greco, it's because of both of those coaches, Jared Lawrence and Brandon Paulson.
Yeah. 71 kilos, not as many ranked guys, but extremely high-level talent in here. Joe Seeley, currently sitting at number 6. He is number 1 on the 2024 big board.
I was going to say, don't be surprised when you open up that big board that just came out.
Yes. And then Ladarian Lockett is number 9 in the country. He's going to be very high on that 2025 big board when it comes out next week. Those are the top 2 guys ranking-wise, but plenty of other tough wrestlers to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, KJ Evans is a Fargo runner-up. He's training out at Tulsa in Oklahoma. That's a name I'm familiar with, who's just knocking on the door of the top 20 rankings.
Yep, Will Hinkle, Fargo champ. He knocked off Pearson Manville last year. He's in this field as well. So no shortage of really good wrestlers. Then 80 kilos, this is another one, like 55 kilos. 80 is a bracket that I think people are going to want to pay a lot of attention to. Gabe Arnold is the highest ranked guy. He's also got the highest, he's among the guys with the highest separation criteria level. He's a level 2, along with let's see, 4 other guys. Jude Correa is a teammate of Gabe Arnold's at Wyoming Seminary. They wrestle a weight class apart. Correa up at 182, Arnold down at 170. And those practice room scraps, we may get to see one of those here. The interesting thing about Jude Correa in this bracket is that he has not done a lot of freestyle in the past, so he is not going to be part of the separation criteria. He's just going to be thrown in there, complete wild card, and that could cause a real disturbance.
Yeah, wild cards are known for all sorts of crazy behavior. They could cut the brakes on your van while you're trying to drive away with a bunch of barrels of oil.
They could
as the oil goes up.
I mean,
that's a reference to Always Sunny.
I don't remember that. I don't think I've seen that episode yet.
Charlie's the wild man.
So yeah, they could do that. He could do that. He could cut the brakes. He could also He could also get
wild card, baby.
He could also get dropped in to where you'd see somebody like Gabe Arnold or Zach Ryder in a round of 16 match. Like you just don't know what's going to happen.
Could happen.
Or could be the oil brakes thing. Could be the seeing a really good wrestler early in the tournament thing.
It's a 50-50 chance.
By the way, at 55 kilos, Ben Devino is like that. Because he was U15 last year. The only U15 criteria was if you're a U15 Pan Am medalist.
Mm-hmm.
And so he made that team, but then by the time Pan Am's rolled around in October, he wasn't making that weight anymore. So
it's tough.
Yeah. But anyway, so Gabe Arnold, Zach Ryder, Fargo champ, is in there. He's coming up. He's ranked at 160, but going to be competing here at 80 kilos. Connor Mirasola, Aiden Sinclair, those are two AWA guys, Askin Wrestling guys.
Two Askins back to back.
Yep. Dashiell Lamer is a Fargo finalist. Luke Venadia, Jared Shop, all ranked in the top 20, all very, very tough. Yeah, this will be interesting. And then guys that even beyond that are Fargo placers and could make a name for themselves even more than they already have. Jed Wester, Jade Rodemaker, Lars Michelson, Oscar Williams. Those guys have all had some success and could continue to. I think the match I'm most interested in here is Gabe Arnold, June Correa. Just the teammate factor. Correa, one of the top freshmen in the country. Arnold, one of the top juniors. And I mean, man, I don't know how that looks.
Arnold, who's number 1 alum, and then you got Jude Correa, who's a wild card, so you never know what you're going to get.
You never know what you're gonna get. That's a weight class. It is
a weight class.
It is a weight class. If you are, let it not be said that it's not a weight class.
No one disagrees. I hope not.
If you're not if you don't watch high school wrestling all that often, and you're like, man, I don't know, what's my entry point? 55 and 80. Just watch those two weights.
Tell your friends that's your entry point. Enter at those weights.
And if they ask you,
at your own risk, though.
At your own risk. You never know if your brakes get cut. If your friends ask you, is 80 kilos a weight class? You can guarantee them that it is.
You can be like, that is a weight class.
92 is also a weight class. It also has a bunch of ranked guys. Sawyer Bartlett, Sonny Sasso, Camden McDaniel, Max McKinley, or McAnally. I think that's actually how they say it, is McAnally. And then Cody Merrill. Sawyer Bartlett, we talked about him. He went to Elite 8 duels, a little bit under the radar, was outside the top 20. He's now number 5 because he beat Bradley Hill, an Iowan. He beat Sonny Sasso twice, and he beat TJ Stewart. That's enough to get you a top 5 ranking.
That's a radar. You are getting picked up on anyone's radar.
That's right.
Even a measly old, barely functioning radar.
You get picked up on a orca whale sonar with a performance like that.
Don't sleep on the orca whale sonar.
I mean, yeah,
nature's radar, they call them.
I thought that was bats.
Those are nature's disease-carrying garbage creatures, flying rats. We're not fans of bats here on Who's Number One, the show.
Well, listen, Austin,
the Bat City.
People in Austin love the bats.
Yeah, well, maybe their tune is being changed after these disease-spreading.
I thought that was a pangolin.
Bats are involved in a lot of these diseases. They're vectors.
I say, hey,
they're vectors for diseases.
If you can get yourself a couple bats, throw them in a pot, some vegetables.
Yeah. It's the last thing you're supposed to do with bats. No more bat stew.
Well, Cody Merrill sitting at number 20, but he hasn't had the opportunity to wrestle some of these higher ranked guys recently. And Cody Merrill, Fargo finalist last year, lost to Gabe Arnold. He's gotten quite a bit bigger since then, 195 pounder now. He's somebody that I am very curious to see in this field. But right now, Sawyer Bartlett, the big favorite, he has looked so good. Made incredible gains down there in Florida. Then 110 kilos, the last weight of U17s. Coy Hopke, number 5. 11, Carter Neves. Number 18, Parker Farrell. There's some other good ones in there. But Hopke is a pretty big favorite, I believe, at 110. Hopke, he's one of the few Wisconsin guys that's not an Askren wrestling guy. I guess he lives like way up north or something.
Yeah, there's also no rule that you have to go to AWA.
Well, it just so happens that most people do. But yeah, he's done really well. He's looked great. I think he's gonna probably take the spot. So
that are some loaded brackets, but as you said, 55 and 80 definitely look to be the most loaded. And then there's still time to register, and then there'll always be a scratch or two, so you never know exactly what you're going to get, especially with so many wild cards involved.
Yes.
But those are the ones to key in on.
Yeah.
I like that.
The U20s have a ton of ranked high schoolers, and the thing that's at stake here, right, is that not only are these guys going to compete against their peers, but they're going to compete against the freshmen and sophomores in college. They're going to get to see kind of where they stack up potentially against All-Americans or other guys. And so this is where college wrestling fans, you got to watch the junior division, one, because some of the guys that are on the team you cheer for are going to be in the division, but then also some of the guys that, they're going to be on the team in the future or that you're going to be wrestling against opposing teams, they're going to be in the mix as well. 57, got number 1 Troy Spratley, number 11 Gable Porter.
Spratley going to Minnesota. They got a huge class. Cody Chittim, who we're going to mention soon. So that's somebody you Gopher fans we're going to want to key in on, set those alerts on Arena.
Yes. By the way, as I'm looking on my doc, I'm looking at 57, 61, 65, 70. Number 1, there's a number 1 ranked wrestler in all 4 of those weight classes. I'm not even scrolling all the way down. There's one at 74. There are six high school number 1s in this field.
Feldman.
Yeah, he's the 6th.
Oh, he's the 6th. You already got him.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And just let's keep going.
Yeah. So 57 is going to be great. Nick Bouzakis at 61 just registered.
There's a lot of Ohio State guys that are going to be there. That class is going to be legendary, hopefully, or it looks like looking good.
When you're looking at 61, the entries at first it just looks like you're looking at the rankings. Number 1, Nick Bouzakis. Number 2, Corey Land. Number 3, Sergio Limley. I mean, it's
where is
incredible.
Number 4? Because 5, 6, and 7 are there.
Yep. Cannon Webster, Emilio Isagere, Cale Hughes, Brock Bobzien. Those are just the top 10. There are also Garrett Grice, Dylan Gilcher, Grigor Chalakian in the mix. And, I mean, this is not including the college guys that are
not even including the college.
That are probably favored among.
There's a Pan Am team on the line, but it's also trying to make that junior team. So Bouzakis, Ohio State. Corey Land is Virginia Tech.
Nope, he's Northern Iowa.
Northern Iowa, my bad. Let's see how we can do. Sergio Lemley. Uncommitted. Cannon Webster. Illinois from Illinois. Going to Illinois. Emilio Isagere staying home. ASU. Cale Hughes, Oklahoma State. Brock Bobzien, his brother's entered.
Wisconsin.
He's going to Wisconsin. Garrett Grice.
Virginia.
Is a UVA man. Dylan Gilcher. Michigan man through and through. And Grigor Chalakian from the Monster Garage in Southern California.
Not committed yet.
Uncommitted. So, look at that. Good job.
Yeah.
Got all of them.
So
10 for 10.
That's a crop.
12 for 12. What the crop? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, 10 for 10.
Yeah.
And majority of them committed, but hey, some guys out there still up for grabs, still looking for a home for college.
65 kilos is also pretty tough. Not quite as deep as 61.
But pretty top heavy with Cody Chittim going to join Spratley in Minnesota.
Yep. Kyle Dutton in there for Missouri. I'm trying to remember where Kyle Dutton is going. JD may have that.
I can pull that up.
I hear you typing.
Number 7, Coy Biskins is going to NC State. Number 8, Joel Jezeroga going to Iowa. Number 9, Cavelli Quintanilla is not yet ranked. Number 11, Finn Solomon.
Not yet committed.
Not yet.
Sorry.
He is right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Finn Solomon, NC State. He's number 11. Richard Fettelin, number 11, going to Columbia. And then number 13, Caleb Larkin, will be going to Arizona State.
Get pumped, Keith Gothard. Because Kyle Dutton going to Little Rock.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
The Trojans.
That's right.
Yeah, that's quite a crop, too.
Yeah. Kyle Dutton going to try to rock them all up. Cody Chittim, probably, the favorite in this group. Just his freestyle has been really, it's really dominant.
Yeah, when he's been wrestling above his age level for a while now, just with his pace and his physicality, not a guy that you want to take lightly when you're on the mat, toeing the line against them.
Yes. 70 kilos is really fun. 1, 2, and 3 all in the mix. Caleb Henson going to Virginia Tech. Number 2, Hunter Garvin going to Stanford. Number 3, Jordan Williams to Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Number 6, Mitchell Mesenbrink. Mesenbrink has moved way up in the rankings. He was sitting at like number 12 before Journeyman, and he beat Nico Ruiz, so made a big move up. He's going to Cal Baptist. And then number 7, Michael Kilich going to Arizona State.
Yeah, as a Georgia guy, Woodward Academy, but going west. Can't fault anybody for wanting to go to a school like Arizona State. Looks like a lot of fun. And then an Askren Wrestling Academy guy going to Cal Baptist. He will be able to wrestle for an NCAA championship. Like, you got to give credit to those guys in that Cal Baptist program. As they transition to D1, it was like 3 or 4 years where there was no postseason for them. And it's that's tough to build a team when you can't offer guys a potential, national championship.
Yes.
Look for their recruiting to pick up.
Somebody who's not ranked, who you should keep an eye on, is Jaden Skellinger from Idaho. He trains, from what I understand, like almost exclusively freestyle and Greco, and he was in the cadet trials finals last year against Meyer Shapiro. He's just very skilled in freestyle and Greco, but that's somebody that maybe a name you're not super familiar with, but he could make some serious noise here.
Now you will be familiar.
74 kilos, another number 1, Levi Haynes. He could see future teammate Alex Facundo, who's registered. A couple Penn State Nittany Lions, one present, one future, that are going to be very interesting. Number 5, Aiden Riggins, also in the mix. He's going to Iowa. Aiden Riggins and Levi Haynes actually met at the Pittsburgh Wrestling Classic just a few weeks ago. Number 7, Nico Ruiz, we just talked about. He's going to Arizona State.
Just committed recently.
Number 9, Braden Scholes. I can't remember if he's committed yet. So he may have committed, but I don't know for sure. Number 10, Hunter Leiden, I believe going to Minnesota. Number 11, Antrell Taylor. Nebraska. Number 17, Brody Bauman. I'm not sure. And number 18, Luke Gayer. I don't know for sure either. But
well, you can't win them all, and I don't know either. So don't get too down on yourself about not knowing those. This is the Penn State bracket with Facundo and Levi Haynes. Both of those guys, fun to watch, big into freestyle. Facundo, what does he have, like 2 cadet world medals, I think, 2 bronzes?
2 bronzes, yep.
Yeah, and Levi Haynes has, we've seen him at who's number 1, competing before, so sky's the limit for him as well.
Yeah, Levi Haynes has made a world team last year. He was in a match that was much talked about on social media. He drove a guy all over the mat. The guy was on his knees. He took him, slid him completely across the mat and out of bounds. But the guy, was technically grounded. But it was one of those where it's hold on, this rule, come on.
Yeah, Exhibit A or B or C or however many exhibits that we have right now that you need to fix that step out penalty and then put it universal for all styles. It's not a freestyle rule. It's a wrestling rule.
Okay.
Don't call it a freestyle rule. It works in Greco. Don't call it a international UWW rule. It would work in folk style.
It could work.
I don't want to hear it.
79 kilos. This one is really fun. Number 3, Rocco Welsh, just a junior but headed to Ohio State. Number 9, James Rowley going to Wisconsin. Number 13, Tate Noctiborin, that's an Iowa State Cyclone. And Dom Baker, number 15, I believe going to Campbell. Tough group right there.
That's a fun one. And then Rowley, he's made world teams. He's ranked number 9th. That's just because that weight class.
That weight class is insane.
It's one of the most insane in high school history.
Yeah, he brought a world silver medal home from the cadet world championships last year. So very, very accomplished in freestyle. He's super tough.
That's going to be a tough one for Rocco.
It's going to be tough. It's also going to be it's going to be a really tough weight for all these guys. This is one that has some top level NCAA wrestlers in it as well. So this one will be a lot of fun. 86 kilos, number 3, Ryder Rogotsky. He is a kitchen sink guy, does crazy stuff, going to Navy. Number 4, Bennett Berge, who is going to South Dakota State. Number 4, Brian Saldano. They're both number 4 because Berge's number 4 at 95, Saldano number 4 at 182, and Saldano heading to Rutgers. Number 12, Wyatt Volker, UNI. number 19, Gabe Solers, and I'm not sure where he's going, but some good guys there. And Saldano Rogotsky are two guys that just like
they make up the moves as they're hitting them. It seems
Yeah.
like. I mean, they're not, because they drill and they throw funk out there and they're very technical. But when they're hitting it, they don't look like high school kids that are, just going through their, progressions and the moves that they know. They are doing wild stuff out there.
Yeah, I think we've referenced their Super 32 semifinal on this show more than just about any other match in the country.
Yeah.
Would love to see those guys wrestle again. It'd be fun.
Shout out again to Pinnacle. I mean, the reason these clubs get so much mention here is because they really are helping, mold and develop the next class of stars. And two guys in the top of the rankings, in Rogotsky and Berge, coming out of Minnesota, and that very accomplished club.
Yes. 92 kilos. We've got number 3, Martin Cosgrove. Number 8, Colby Franklin. Cosgrove going to Penn.
Mm-hmm.
Franklin going to Iowa. Number 9, Caden Rogers. He's heading to Lehigh. And number 10, Jack Dara going to Stanford.
Yeah, starting to get into the big boys here. These are high school kids for the most part, or college kids early in their career. 92 kilos, 190-some pounds.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All these guys, seniors, so they'll be in those rooms next year. This is total. There's don't even show 97 kilos. There's a total incorrect VLOOKUP situation here. It says number 3, Jordan Williams.
The bane.
He just continues to get bigger and bigger.
It's the wrong Jordan Williams. There are 2 Jordan Williams out there. One is the one who's ranked at 160 pounds. The other is a very nice young man, I'm sure, but not ranked. Noah Pettigrew, though, is in the mix. Pettigrew committed to North Carolina. I don't believe he is signed yet, which could, I don't know for sure what that means. But Pettigrew didn't compete this season. He has been back on the mat recently, though. Wrestled at NHSCA's, wrestled a little bit, I think 1 or 2 matches at Elite 8 duels. And so he's trying to get back in the mix at 97 kilos. This will be a good opportunity for him to see some tough college guys. 125 kilos, a guy that many wrestling fans are going to be excited to follow, especially Ohio State wrestling fans. Nick Feldman, he's going to Ohio State.
Wow. This guy is fun to watch.
He's number 1. He is a very interesting prospect because we're in, right now, a golden age of NCAA heavyweights. It's been talked about many times. The heavyweight class this year, how many age-level world champs were in there? 5, something crazy?
Yep.
So,
Gable Steveson, Colton Schultz, Tony Cassiope was U23. Mason Paris is a gold medalist. And
did Kirk Fleet win?
Kirk Fleet's in there.
Something?
Jordan Wood is a cadet silver medalist.
Yes.
They can't sleep on the 5-timer EIWA champ.
Speaking of 5-timers, 5 Tencel.
And then 5 Tencel himself.
He won. Yeah. So, yeah.
And then who is taking over after that crop?
They're back. That crop is about to be
aging out.
That crop is about to be harvested. And
one of them left his shoes on the mat to be harvested.
So Feldman's going to enter just at the time. Well, it depends. If he wrestles next year, he'll have to wrestle against some of those guys. But if he redshirts for a year, he's going to enter right around the time when many of those guys are moving on, and there's going to be a little bit of void. And there's a Nick Feldman shaped hole in heavyweight that could fit right in there.
Not if he moves his finger in the wrong way.
Yeah,
he's
that's
got
true.
a finger that's basically detachable. It just goes, yeah.
Yeah, it is crazy. But that guy, I mean, so a lot of intrigue. College wrestling fans are going to be watching him. And representing the Ohio RTC already. So it's exciting.
Well, and this is like we're just giving you the high school rank guys. Every one of those brackets is going to have guys that are redshirting in college or already wrestled some matches, probably some All-Americans even in there.
Yes.
It's a fun tournament. And then our junior squad has been doing pretty well. We racked up a good amount of medals last year in UFA, which I got the pleasure to watch. But it was half Missouri. But, Keegan O'Toole was there, goes on to win a NCAA championship. Rocky Elam was there. Wyatt Hendrickson was the heavyweight rep, and then he had a great season. Didn't end the way he wanted.
Fifth in the world, yeah. So in addition to Feldman, we've got number 3, Chase Horn, who's going to NC State, and number 8, Ryan Boersma. I don't know if he's committed yet. It seems like he is, but I can't remember.
Purdue, right?
Is he going to Purdue? Is that right? That sounds like it could be the truth.
Missouri. Nope, it's Missouri.
That's why he's registered Tiger-style wrestling club.
He's going to Missouri. Ryan Boersma. Massive heavyweight, big dude. Also, unranked Aiden Natal. Keep your eyes on him. He's another one of those Ivan Ivanov trained Idaho guys.
Oh, and Ivanov just got the gig to be, I think, coordinator is the official title. It's not. Matt Lindland is still the head coach of the
manager.
USA
I believe it's
Greco team. And
manager.
Thank you, JD.
He's Mr. Manager.
The manager of the Greco team. There's a lot that goes into those teams, and Gary Mayab was the former manager. That's a big role to fill. Gary did a lot. So good for Ivan. He's certainly produced some great wrestlers as coach.
Yeah. Hey, okay, I don't want to spend a ton of time on it because we've already been cooking this high school gravy. It's simmering just about right. But we've got a 2024 big board that just dropped.
Oh, and a big board, yeah. Maybe maybe just a couple highlights that you want to focus on, and then we can always come back to that. And then you got another big board cooking up.
We got a 2025. It's in the oven.
Yeah, we could double the big boards up, although we'll have tons of open results too.
Yes. Next week's going to be interesting because I don't know if we'll have a show. You guys will be traveling, so probably not.
Well, we'll see. You're home.
Maybe we'll solo. Maybe I'll solo it.
Solo dolo. Riding solo.
Top 10 on the big board 2024. Joe Seeley, number 1. He's a 152
We told you not to be surprised.
Nope. Can't be surprised now. We told you. Angelo Ferrari, number 2. Mason Gibson, number 3. Navarro Shunky, number 4. Ben Devino, 5. Zach Ryder, 6. Luke Little, 7. Coy Hopke, 8. Sawyer Bartlett, 9. Aiden Valencia, 10. That's your top 10.
Yeah. So you did the state by the high school location. So unsurprisingly, PA had the most with 13. I did a quick little count up.
Okay.
Ohio with 13. That's pretty good because there's not a lot of people move into Ohio for like prep schools. There are some private schools there, but it's not the prep school like you got a lot of Blair kids from all over Wyoming, Sam.
Yep.
California with 11. Which is impressive, and then if you, I did a real rough like point scale, so like the number 1 ranked guy gets 100 points, number 2 99, and so on. California with more points than Ohio, so they had some higher ranked guys, even though they had 11 ranked kids to Ohio's 13.
Yeah.
Oklahoma with 10. Did you notice that Oklahoma's a small state? There's obviously tons and tons of wrestling history there, but the numbers game, there's only so many high school kids.
Oklahoma and California both have it feels like a disproportionate number of underclassmen that are placing really high at their state tournament right now. And in California, it's really telling because there's only one class. I mean, it's easier to kind of notice because you're looking at just a single class. Even in the upper weights as well. I mean, there are some really good. Cody Merrill was a state champ in California at 195. You don't often see freshmen. Or is he? Maybe he is. No, he's just a freshman. He's in the 2025 big board. We're not even there yet. No. He's a sophomore. But sophomore, even still.
Sophomore going on to juniors. These guys are coming into their own.
Yeah. So it's an interesting big board to look at right now because in a couple months it's going to be open season recruiting wise, and we'll have to add that column for where they're going and where they've committed because they're going to be.
Making their decision, and it's going to be after Cadet World Team Trials. It's going to be after Fargo, and boom, bam, who's number 1's coming up, and we'll see some of these top guys there. Other states that had 7, between 4 and 7, Wisconsin and New Jersey with 7 guys on that big board, doing some damage. Minnesota, unsurprisingly, with 6. Illinois and Iowa each with 4. So kind of your usual suspects, and then things will change. We'll have a couple years as this class keeps going and maturing and changes. But big boards are always fun. It's the easiest way to get a little slice of where things stand with each class.
Yeah, get a slice.
Grab yourself a slice.
That's
a lot of high school gravy, though.
Grab yourself a slice of high school gravy, and as we do that,
for not a lot of events taking place.
Yeah,
we did a lot of discussion of that, which is good, which is what Who's Number One the show is about. We want you to get familiar with these guys and then watch them compete at Who's Number One, and then you'll know the future stars. And then no surprises. That's kind of like our reason for the show, Besides just being the number 1 show on the planet, it's like, hey, now you know not to be surprised about stuff.
Top priorities. 1, be the number 1 show on the planet. 2, remove the element of surprise from people's lives.
Yeah. few hate surprises. So obviously no movement or nothing going on in the NCAA. We did the way too early, insanely early rankings. We'll do the preseason rankings after some of this freestyle stuff, maybe closer to the fall. We'll come up with like another one when we see what everybody's done. So right now it's recruiting for college, but guys that are in college, the recruitment really doesn't stop now because of the transfer portal.
Yeah.
Guys have a little bit more freedom. So we've seen a couple moves. We've seen some announcements. Sammy Hilligus is going to West Virginia, and we have a tweet from his future teammate, Peyton Hall.
Yeah.
And using an interesting hashtag.
New hashtag for Mountaineer fans.
There it is. Sammy Hilligus is saying, I would like to announce I will be continuing my...
Wait, what?
He's going from West Virginia... for Virginia Tech to West Virginia, so obviously he saw how well operations were being directed there. And then Peyton Hall says, let's get mounted, baby. They're the Mountaineers.
Get mounted.
Who knows if that sticks, but that's a hashtag.
That's a hashtag that has Kyle Brackey's fingerprints all over it, if you ask me.
I think he's telling every single recruit, say, hey, let's get this trending. That's an ACC move to the Big 12, so that's interesting there. Another ACC to Big 12 move is Steve-O Poulin. He was committed, or he committed to NC State. He was there, and then he gave an Instagram post saying hibernation is over, which is what they say at Northern Colorado, where he's going. But he just said coming out of hibernation, and he's sleeping peacefully in his Instagram post. But now he will be awakened by the mighty roar of the Bears of Northern Colorado.
Yeah, and while he's sleeping, please don't sleep on him.
No, he does not want you to sleep.
He's not. Listen, give me my space. I'm I feel that way too when I'm sleeping. Give me my space.
Yeah, especially if you're like in a dorm or a college student. They have the small twin beds.
Yeah, you don't want your roommate climbing in bed. No thanks.
Yeah,
we got bunk beds here for a reason.
No sleeping on me. Although in a way, your bunk bed, you're sleeping on top. Anyway, finally we got a graduate of Cornell, Ivy guys. We saw Ben Honus do this. Went to Syracuse to use his extra year of eligibility. After you finish your 4 years, that's it. There's no sticking around. Andrew Berryessa is also going to Northern Colorado. So the Bears pick up two solid guys. Berryessa's also got some good Greco chops. But kudos to Troy Nickerson. Great head coach there, doing big things.
They've done a good job in the transfer portal historically. Starters this year, they had Alan Clothier, who came to them from App State. They had... Let's see, Jackson Heemauer, who was part of that Fresno State situation. Nick Knudsen was North Dakota State. They had, who else? A couple other guys.
Man, I'm drawing a blank, but it was like a middleweight that had a lot of years of eligibility. Maybe he just came back for an extra year.
He just came back. You're thinking of... Jacob Seeley.
Seeley, okay.
He came back. They got him. They
got
him out of the bike shop. Yep, he is at the bike shop full time.
Guy coming back for a 6th year, Max Mauger. This is big for the Iowa Hawkeyes. The biggest news is Spencer Lee coming back. We all hope, knock on wood, that the surgery and everything went well and he's back to his usual way. But for the, we won't go into it, but we're starting to do the way too early lineup looks. That's JD's purview. And, Real Woods was the big transfer replacing Jaden Ironman for the Hawkeyes. But if Murin did not come back, there was going to be a hole at 49. Wyatt Henson had moved on, or is in the transfer portal, so he wasn't going to be able to bump up or figure that way class out with Woods. So pretty big deal to get Max Murin back for a 6th year. He had a redshirt year, but then 2021 did not count, so he had an extra COVID year. So you're looking at Lee. There we go. It's up there. Cullen Schriever, Real Woods, Max Murin. That's a really good lightweight. 1, 2, 3, 4. 57 is going to be interesting. Brentley Reyna got some matches. He wasn't quite at the typical Iowa Hawkeye level. Caleb Rachi. People are going to learn how to pronounce that name pretty soon, so they'll be battling out. Pat Kennedy, I think, is ready. I think the Hawkeye fans are just chomping at the bit to get him in the lineup. Nelson Brands, hopefully back. He's finally going to be able to wrestle 174. No Kemmerer, no anybody else in the way. Abe Assad, you assume he's going to improve. Jacob Warner is. They're going to be counting on him and Anthony Cassiope. So you got your two anchors there, two All-Americans at 97 and 285. some new blood, some guys returning, getting healthy, and then Spencer Lee anchoring that lineup at 125.
Yeah. Kale Lauritsen is interesting, 157. I'll be very curious to see how he ends
He competed at 149
Mm-hmm.
this year as a redshirt, but they got a bit of a hole. Caleb Young has held that spot down for five,
decade?
6 years, a
Better
long
part
time.
of a decade.
Yeah. So, and they don't have like a Patrick Kennedy who can easily step up behind Alex Marinelli. They don't have that at 157, so it'll be interesting to see exactly what happens there.
His wrestle stat, he actually wrestled in 5 matches this year, did Rachi. Matthew Williams, he wrestled. Everybody else either attends or is a recruit of the University of Minnesota. He just wrestled all these Minnesotans. He lost to Cody Chittim and then beat Blaine Branner, beat Drew Roberts, beat Fargo champ Tegan Jameson. So
he's hunting them all down.
He just,
going on a Minnesota
Gophers.
streak. Yeah. Real quick, we're about at an hour. We are at an hour, but did the research. So I thought we should spend some time talking about who's in and who's out at the U.S. Open.
Yes.
Registration doesn't close yet, but the senior men's freestyle. I went and JD, you can talk about some of these rankings, but we can just talk about. We'll go weight class by weight class. 157. Gilman has not declared for Final X. We kind of expect that, but anything could happen. Arujau, Soriano, they're already qualified for the World Team Trial. So the Open, the top 7 qualify, which is another reason the Open is such a big, important thing. So there's only about 5, 6, maybe 7 guys per weight class already qualified for the World Team Trials Challenge Tournament, which if you win that, you will go to Final X. But you top 3 at NCAAs, highest placer at Bill Farrell, previous World Team members, and 1 or 2 other things, maybe like Pan Am something or other. Qualify you. Otherwise, you got to go through the Open. And if you haven't qualified by the end of the Open, you got to go to Last Chance in fabulous Atlantic City. So you're going to see it's going to draw a lot of guys out. And it's interesting to see who hasn't registered yet. Sean Russell, Minnesota Gopher, speaking of Gophers, he's ranked 4th on JD's rankings. He is not qualified and is not registered yet. So we kind of expect that. Zane Richards finished 4th at the Olympic Team Trials. He's ranked 5th at 57, so he qualified. He's not registered. But then you get a group of guys, you're not sure if they're retired. I'm not sure if they're going to try to make this team. But Zach Sanders, Minnesota, longtime vet. Jack Mueller, UVA graduate. And Darian Cruz from Lehigh, not qualified and not registered. So we'll keep an eye on that. Jacob Camacho ranked 9th. Sam Latona and Joey Prada, some college guys that are registered that you can look forward to seeing that aren't in the top 10. Ethan Rotondo from Wisconsin snuck into that rankings at number 10. He's not registered yet, nor is he qualified. 61, Nathan Tomasello. I don't think he's qualified yet, although a new set of guys may have just entered while we're recording. Keeping our eyes out for that. Carter Young's already qualified thanks to his awesome run at the World Team Trials. Tyler Graff qualified at the Bill Farrell, but he also entered. He's also registered. 61. Yeah. So he wants some more matches. Tyler Graff still got some tread on that tire. Another veteran who's got a World Team medal, or a World Team World Bronze medal, and he made the team, is Joe Colon. He may be focusing on coaching. Daniel DeShazer, Loper.
There you go.
He is 7th in the nation, and he has registered because he has not qualified yet. Shelton Mack ranked 9th. He needs to qualify. Josh Kramer for Arizona State is not in there. He's ranked 8th. Nashawn Garrett has not qualified, has not qualified and has not registered. So we'll have to see what happens with those guys, but there's some quality guys at 61 that are registered. We talked about some of them. You mentioned Jesse Mendez, Wyatt Henson, also registered for seniors. And then guys like Nico Megaludis is coming back. So it's going to be tough to qualify here. Brandon Wright, also a former U.S. Open champion. He's entered again. He's a D2 guy. So 61 will be cool. 65, Mitch McKee is ranked 4th, but I believe he's fighting.
He's fighting people.
MMA, not like on the street in a cage for money. Evan Henderson wrestles everywhere. Love watching him. UNC guy now. I think he's with Spartan. he's qualified from the World Team Trials. He's also registered. Ironman and Dom Demas may be injured. They're not qualified, nor are they registered. Lugo, Pletcher, and Kolodzik are all registered. Those three guys may have been hurt the most by that COVID cancellation in 2020 as much as anybody. Pletcher was the number 1 seed at 41, and Lugo was the number 1 seed at the NCAA tournament at 49. Neither got a chance to wrestle for that title. And then Kolodzik came back, was gray shirting, was deferring eligibility. Coach Ayers convinced him to come back at the end of the season, and then he lost lost everything.
Princeton had a legitimate shot at bringing home a trophy. They had the team that, Kolodzik was in that 149 bracket that was completely wide open, and if he would have won, and if the team would have performed the way they expected, then you could have seen Princeton with a trophy in the top 4. There were a bunch of teams that were right in that range, and so he did it for the team, and unfortunately didn't have the opportunity to execute on that goal.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I mean, we all know how terrible that was.
COVID was unforgiving, but especially if you're in the Ivy League, even more unforgiving.
Right. There's no going back. There's no getting a year back or anything. So again, only 7 people will qualify, and here's the people that still need to qualify that are entered. Pletcher's already qualified, but he could steal a spot or block somebody, however you want to say it. So competing,
I want to say steal a spot.
You're going to say steal. For 65, there's only 7 spots available, so somebody in the blood round is going to go down in heartbreak. Lugo, Kolodzik, Pletcher, Brock Zockerl, Colton McChrystal, Dean Heil, 2-time NCAA champ, Yaya Thomas, Tristan Moran, Cole Matthews, Kendrick Maple came out just because Keegan O'Toole won junior gold, and Ian Parker are all registered, and that is 11 guys fighting for 7 spots. So.
Yeah, it's tough. That's going to be a fun one.
That round of 12 is going to be gnarly. 70 kilograms. James Green retired, so JD, you're going to have to pick a new number 1.
That's right. It's the only weight where I can guarantee a new number 1.
New number 1 coming. Alec Pantaleo is number 2, and he has not qualified yet. He tore a rib or a pec or something. So he was looking good, and then injuries kept him out of the Olympic team trials. He registered. Jordan Oliver is registered, even though he's already qualified. We haven't seen Deacon and Rutherford they're already qualified for the World Team Trials, so we may not see them. Tyler Berger and Anthony Ashnold are both qualified and registered. Ja'Cory Teamer, not qualified, but is registered. He's ranked 8th. Brayton Lee and Jock JQ's. Lee may be injured. Brayton couldn't finish the NCAA season. JQ's not qualified or registered, but his teammate, Brock Mahler, who took a redshirt year, is qualified. 70 is going to be gnarly because just like 65, there are more guys registered that are big names and that need to finish top 7 to qualify. Going through, you have Doug Zaff, who just recently qualified, Sammy Sasso, registered, Sammy Sasso, and Austin Gomez, who just recently registered. Those are huge names, Gomez and Sasso especially. Then you have Mikey Blockus, Brock Mahler, who we mentioned. AC Headley's back at it. Headlock Ed Scott made a decision.
Baby.
Bryce Andonian, who was one of the heroes of NCAAs, and Will Luan. So to me, the most exciting thing is So Berger, Oliver, and Ashnold didn't need to register, but they did anyway.
Andonian is qualified, though, right? He was a junior world bronze medalist.
Junior world bronze. So if you say so. Oh, I'm going to say yes. Yep. Okay. See? We can just delete that because my spreadsheet is not up to date. Or it just needed a quick edit. Yeah, you're right. Bryce Andonian, junior world bronze. He's down there with Bridge Lovett, who's also...
But is he registered too?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait. It did say it was registered.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is registered.
That's great.
So he's qualified and registered. So you add him to the list of guys like Ashnold, Berger, and Jordan Oliver. 74, the top 2 guys are already qualified. They're not registered. That's Dake and Nolf. Tommy Gant, the veteran from NC State. He is registered, not qualified. David Carr, qualified but not registered. Logan Massa, neither qualified nor registered. Hope he gets back out there, but it was a real long shot that he even came back for NCAA. Yep. So he may be moving on. We wish him the best either way. Do like watching him wrestle though. Joey LaValle's coming out to wrestle. He's not qualified yet. In the top 10 also is Branson Ashworth. He's not qualified, not registered, and a bunch of Wyoming guys also just registered. Jacob Wright, being one of them. Trying to think who else is in the mix from Wyoming. So it makes me think he may not be wrestling. And then some guys that already qualified. We're not going to see at the Open. O'Toole, Quincy Monday, Shane Griffith, Josh Shields. They could still enter. There's time, but they're already qualified, so I would not hold out for them. 79 is going to be a lot of fun. This may be one of the best ones. Isaiah Martinez, Taylor Luan ranked 3rd and 4th at 79. They're both registered, haven't qualified yet. No Mikey Labriola or Mickey O'Malley yet. Mikey and Mickey, they're 7th and 8th in the rankings. Haven't qualified yet. They just went through a grueling NCAA season. They may not be coming out for the Open. Number 9 to number 10 are registered. David McFadden and Devin Skatska. So that should be fun. And then you have Evan Wick, who's ranked at 74, is bumping up to 79. Chance Marsteller and Vincenzo Joseph, also ranked at 74. They're moving up to 79. So that's something for you to work on. JD, you got to move these guys around in their rankings.
That's right.
Wick and Marsteller are qualified, but they're also coming out for the Open. And then Hayden Hastings was another Wyoming guy that just registered. Muhammad McBride, wrestling with the West Virginia team.
It's the Get Mounted RTC.
That's right. That's going to be the new thing. And I think we mentioned him last week, but Zay White is registered. He wrestled at Nebraska. He's a fun guy to watch.
And Jamal Morris up at 79 kilos. That's
Jamal Morris,
wild.
who started his career at 125. He's from Fort Lauderdale. He has a club apparently in South Florida now. Wrestled at NC State along with his twin Jamel. So yeah, good to see him out there. That'll be a good one. 86. Chris Foca is not qualified. He's ranked 8th. Is not registered. He had a kind of disappointing end to his season. Brett Farr, a veteran for Minnesota, not qualified nor registered. Interestingly, Nate Jackson moving down. He had been moving up steadily. He was wrestling internationally or freestyle at 79 kilos. Was up at 92 kilos. He was number 2 in the country. Now he's back down to 86. He's registered, hasn't qualified yet. Marcus Coleman just registered. That's an interesting one. All-American for Iowa State. Nick Reenan also in there. He's a Final X competitor.
You've been there.
Yeah, 2018.
And I don't know if you said Mark Hall yet, but he's registered.
Oh yeah, Mark Hall registered. He has not yet qualified, so he needs to go through the Open or Last Chance to get in there. A lot of the big dogs already qualified. David Taylor could get the bye to Final X. Eid Valencia, he's already qualified. Aaron Brooks, Miles Martin, Drew Foster, they're all qualified. 92 is interesting. We assume Jaden is going to take that Final X bid, but he has a little bit of time to decide. Number 3 and 4 at 92, Scotty Boykin and Nino Bonacorsi. They have not registered yet, then neither are they qualified. Andy Smith from Virginia Tech, same deal there. Jake Woodley and Willie Miklas are 9 and 10 in the rankings. They have not qualified, nor have they registered. But who is registered? Isaac Trumbull in the Jungle. And TJ Dudley, South Carolina's finest wrestler. They're 7th and 8th in the nation. And they are registered to compete. We'll see what happens there. Also, interestingly, 2 Wolfpackers, Trent Hidley and Mike Macchiavello, both qualified for the trials. Also both entered, registered at 92 kilos, along with Cam Caffey, who just entered the registration list. Excited for that. 97, Kyle Snyder. He already accepted, right? Or no? Did we not announce that?
Yes.
Spoiler alert, we announced it.
We announced it.
Colin Morris, former teammate, Ohio State, is also qualified. Kyvan Gadsden's already qualified. Then you get a bunch of guys who may have different circumstances going on. We mentioned Ben Honus, not qualified nor registered. Braxton Amos, did he just enter or is he doing Greco? I didn't see him in freestyle. AJ Ferrari is probably still injured. And Austin Schaefer is not in the mix yet. Neither of those guys are qualified. They're all top 10. But who is qualified but entered anyway? Number 10, Jay Aiello. U23 bronze medalist. Couldn't find the podium his last year at UVA. And a guy who took his shoes off on the mat, but I guess that was just for Greco. Maybe you can do that. Joe Rao, making a run at freestyle still. He was second. He was qualified via the Bill Farrell.
Yeah.
And finally, rounding out our discussion of senior men's freestyle, Nick Wisdowski could he's qualified. Well, so Gable Steveson, all right, there's stirring the pot. Is it going to happen, JD?
It sounds like there's a chance now.
I mean, I'm of two minds. It's like, why would he say it if he wasn't interested in at least, considering it?
Yeah.
And then it's also, hey, maybe he just wants to get his name out there and talked about on shows like Who's Not. Maybe he wants to be talked about on the best
number
show.
one show on the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In which case, hey, we'll play that game.
It worked.
We'll be honest about it. There's a very good chance he does not wrestle.
Yeah.
And then he's just, hey, let's just have some fun and stir the pot.
But he has.
But he's earned that right to stir the pot.
He's stir. You don't want that pot getting singed on the bottom. I mean, you got to keep stirring it.
You got to stir that gravy. So we may see Gable. I would not make any plans specifically just to see him, but you should go to Final X anyway if you're in either Stillwater or New York City. They're awesome events. So the top three currently, because Gable was taken out after he left his shoes on the mat, but maybe that was just college wrestling. Gwizdowski, Paris, and Cassiope, talked about them earlier. They're all already qualified, not registered. Don Bradley, love to see him, the gentleman giant, qualified and registered. He is
the gentleman giant.
Yeah.
Is that what they call him?
I call him that.
Okay.
When he nearly takes your life on the mat while you're trying to call a match. Three big names are, top 10 guys that have not registered and are not qualified. Kirk Liet, who he's been battling some injuries, so we may not see him. Tanner Hall and Garrett Ryan, Hall of Arizona State, Garrett Ryan of Columbia. They're 7 and 8. We saw them wrestle at Senior Nationals during the pandemic era. They could come out. Jordan Wood was ranked 9th. He qualified by being he was not third at NCAAs. He may not be qualified.
I think he was third, wasn't he?
Oh, that was in the semis. Yeah. He was NCAA third because Kirk Liet did not.
He didn't wrestle on the back.
He didn't wrestle for third. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Had secured the team title.
There you go. That's why we're a team. And Lucas Davison is not qualified, but is registered, so that's good. And then Hayden Zilmer keeps bumping up. This guy's a maniac. He's a Fargo 103-pound champion.
Yeah,
I believe is the factoid. Now he's at 125 kilos.
Man, that is wild.
The Jack Pine Savage is qualified from the World Team Trials, but now he is wrestling anyway at heavyweight. Heavyweight's going to be interesting because look at these new entries we got. Christian Lance, Division II, Fort Hays State, then an All-American at Nebraska. Gas Tank Gary has registered. Sam Schuler for Iowa State. Tate Orndorff from Ohio State by way of Utah Valley. And you have these other guys. Wyatt Hendrickson's already in there. Derek White is an NCAA finalist. Ty Walls from Virginia Tech in the mix. This is good. This is going to be a good U.S. Open.
Tate Orndorff. We could see a Gas Tank Gary Tate Orndorff showdown.
Yeah, they didn't meet at NCAAs. They both fell one match short of the podium. Maybe we get a grudge match there.
Okay.
No, unfortunately, Gas Tank Gary doesn't have overtimes to wrestle in freestyle. I think he was like an insane...
Criteria could be his Achilles heel.
Why? You don't like Gas Tank Gary to win?
It's a better rule set, but for Gas Tank Gary, that criteria could be his worst nightmare.
Right. Go look it up. Hold on. Now I got to do it. If you go to WrestleStat.
I'm not saying for Gas Tank Gary. I'm saying fortunately we're not wrestling overtime at this event.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You're just a fan. You're just talking about the rule in general.
Correct.
Yes. And hopefully everybody. Oh no. Hold on.
Oh boy.
This makes for some great.
Doing a little. Spade's got to do some coding over
This
here.
is what makes this the best show on the internet.
Yeah. All right. Let's look up the overtime bouts. In the NCAAs, he won one. He won 2 overtime bouts. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8-0. It's the 0 losses, which is the insane thing. You figure
This man can't be beat in overtime.
If you get to overtime, it should theoretically be a coin flip.
Yeah,
guys are
close,
evenly
yeah.
matched.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can hold a guy, if you can keep the score tied and go into overtime, the law of averages say it should all be like a wash.
Well, he's breaking that law.
He's demonstrating a skill of winning in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's called Gas Tank Gary.
That's it.
All right, that's the end of the U.S. Open chat. Anything else you guys saw that you wanted to mention?
No, I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be an event for every type of wrestling fan, from youth all the way up to senior level, college, high school. Everybody, you got to tune in. It's going to be great.
Yeah. JD, any thoughts about these rankings that you've kind of let linger?
Zip it. I can assure all you fans at home and nagging Spay to my right that you can all get a new, fresh set of domestic men's freestyle rankings post-U.S. Open.
That's the JD promise.
That's right.
Can't promise the mustache will grow back by then, but you will get a new set of rankings.
I'm a man of my word.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a big shakeup. The domestic rankings are cool. They're not something that we featured as much in the past on our site, but to get a regular cadence of who's out there, who's competing, what's the deal, what's up,
like what's going on,
what's the deal,
what's the situation here.
It'll also be fun to get maybe some college guys in there that had only competed in juniors or U23 previously, and give some of those other guys maybe the boot that aren't competing.
Yeah,
it's great if you like kicking people out of places.
Yeah,
you think you're ranked?
Not anymore.
Not anymore, baby. Don't be surprised if your name is not on there if you don't compete at the U.S. Open.
So long.
That's right.
All right. Well, speaking of so longs, we're going to bid everybody a so long as we head out of here. Thank you so much for watching live, the #1 show on planet Earth. For JD Raider, David Bravey, I'm Andrew Spay. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.